importantly discuss the indispensable role of our youth. And beside the topic alone, the timing of the conference could not be more urgent. In the face of several global and consequential geopolitical developments, it's just timely that we gather here to have conversations on many of the issues that are shaping the world today. The upheavals in the Middle East, the shifting architecture of global trade, the reconfiguration of international alliances, to mention but a few. Each of these developments carries significant consequences for our economies, for our security, and for our daily lives. And therefore, I must emphasize that the Kampala Geopolitics Conference holds profound significance to us as the scholars, as the staff, and to our students at Makerere University. Because we know that geopolitical forces shape the price of fuel at the pump. We have seen that and we have experienced it. The availability of medicines in our clinics, I believe we have all experienced that. And the prospects of employment after graduation. We therefore can no longer afford to look at global affairs as only distant abstractions. What happens in Washington, in Brussels, in Beijing, in Paris, in London, or Riyadh does not stay there anymore. It arrives straight at our doorstep, and we must talk about it. It shapes our policies, and indeed, it determines the opportunities available to the Ugandans presently here now, as well as to future generations. Therefore, we believe that bringing together this international community of scholars and experts will help equip both our old and our young with the knowledge and the tools which they need to be able to engage in this intellectual conversation with confidence and to articulate the position of Africa more effectively. And this is one of several conferences we have held here at Makerere University, and we must start to speak plainly about what we consider to be critical next steps. We believe that the time has come to establish a dedicated secretariat for the Kampala Geopolitics Conference. This is important for us to be able to track actions, to follow through on the resolutions, and to sustain the commitments and the positions we reach in this hall, and to know who carries the responsibility to make sure that the ideas we share and the positions we agree on can be pursued and can be reached. Africa's voice in international debates does not just need to emerge when we gather in a conference today. They must be pursued sustainably. And for us to achieve that, we need a structured framework for continued and sustained engagement. And this will also fit on the side of Makerere in our research-led agenda, where we want to move from seeing the Geopolitics Conference as a 2-3-day dialogue to a sustained engagement which feeds into our research portfolio, which feeds into the inquiry we undertake throughout our academic calendar and the conversations we have with stakeholders both within the university and within our development communities that we significantly engage with. And the university remains particularly committed to contributing to the establishment of such a secretariat. I would once again like to most sincerely thank Your Excellence and the representatives of our partner organizations for continuing to support this endeavor and for bringing the 9th edition of the Kampala Geopolitics Conference to life. I believe that the conversations we have here will go beyond the walls and gates of Makerere, but will shape the national and on the issues so pertinent to our lives today and our lives in the future. We look forward to enjoying this debate and following up on its outcomes. I thank you for your attention.
Thank you very much. Another round of applause for Mr. Yusuf Charanda. He's the University Secretary, and thank you on behalf of Makerere for your enduring commitment to this intellectual debate. And like you said, it's timely. Looking forward to really how the discussions will shape, especially on what you just talked about, the dedicated secretariat for the conference to follow through on what will be debated here. Thank you very much. We're still on the opening remarks, ladies and gentlemen, put your hands together as we'll come on stage. Virginie Leroy, Her Excellency, the Ambassador of France to Uganda. She brings and contributes a lot of her expertise. She's a seasoned diplomat and has contributed to strengthening bilateral relations and sustainable energy partnerships between France and Uganda. Your Excellency, you're welcome.
Thank you. I'm so glad to be back in this amphitheatre of Makerere University. In fact, I was there when the KGC were created in 2018 for the first edition. So, dear Mr. Vice-Chancellor of Makerere University, Professor Barnabas Nawangwe, represented today by Mr. Kiranda, University Secretary of Makerere, dear Director of the Konrad Adenauer Foundation for Uganda and South Sudan, Mrs. Anna Reisman, dear the Director of the Alliance Française, Mr. Loïc Boivin, dear panelists, you are many of you sitting already there, ready to debate. Dear journalists, dear teachers, dear students. And for the students, just take advantage of this opportunity that is given to you. It's a huge opportunity. I hope you will make the best of it. Ladies and gentlemen, and all protocol observed. As I said, it's a great honor and a real pleasure to open this 9th edition of Kampala Geopolitics Conference. As the Vice-Chancellor underlined it, it is a positive, a critical platform for dialogue and reflection through the geopolitical and economic and security lens in Makerere University. First of all, allow me to warmly thank the Makerere University, its Vice-Chancellor, and all the people who are working in this university. Thank you very much for hosting us again, for hosting this important event in such a prestigious institution. Having a 100 years university is really of value, and congrats on that. My sincere thanks to the university and its long-standing partners, the Konrad Adenauer Stiftung Foundation, its director and its incoming new director, because you have two high qualified directors today, for the CAS, and the Alliance Française de Kampala, whose continued commitment makes this conference possible. Together with the Makerere University, we are glad to support this ambition, this ambitious, in fact, conference. We do share this common ambition to foster open, informed, an inclusive debate on the issues shaping African society. For the past 8 years, the Kampala Geopolitics Conference, that we all name with the nickname KGC. So the KGC has been providing an interactive platform for dialogue and free exchange, safe exchange, on contemporary, regional and international debates. At the origin, in 2018, it was inspired by the Nantes Geopolitics Conference, a concept created in France in the city of Nantes, just to welcome public citizens in some open debate space, for them really to be part of this debate, to learn from this debate, and to bring their ideas in these debates. So Kampala decided to launch it in 2018, and since then it has successfully brought global debates onto the African stage and African perspectives into global conversation. Once again this year, I'm delighted to see such a diverse and dynamic gathering. Researchers, policymakers, civil society actors, international organizations, the UN representative here sitting at the front, artists and entrepreneurs, all coming together to better understand Africa's evolving geopolitical landscape and to reflect on solutions adapted to contemporary realities. Because you may, students, learn in your books, but after the books there is a reality. And the solution that you have to build is a mix of the skills, the topic you learned in your books, and the reality. So these debates are really key for you to design the future. Uganda stands today as a key strategic actor in East Africa. When I left Uganda in 2019, people used to talk about Uganda as a landlocked country. When I return in 2025, it's clear that Uganda's perspective is built on another concept, which is an interlinked country. And this makes a huge difference for the positive impacts, but also, of course, as the secretary of the university said, on the impact on international crises on Uganda as well. This interdependency is really key, and this is the one we are going to discuss over the 2 days. Because yet, this central position comes with a set of opportunities and complex interconnected challenges. The first one is how to value Uganda's natural, economic, and human assets. How to navigate geopolitical tensions. How to drive economic transformation. How to ensure peace and security. How to manage rapid urbanization. And how to harness the immense and demanding potential of its useful population. More specifically, the geopolitical environment from the Horn of Africa to the Great Lakes remains deeply fragile and increasingly complex, as there are more and more actors, in fact, in the region. Protracted crises, the persistence of armed conflicts, and in some countries, political instability continue to erode trust in institutions and weaken state and civil society capacities. Across the region, large-scale forced displacements, are not only humanitarian tragedies, but also long-term pressures on social cohesion, urban systems, regional stability, and also missed opportunities for growth, further complicating already fragile peace-building processing and weakening inclusive growth. At the same time, the global financial context affecting humanitarian aid, health systems, and development cooperation is undergoing profound shifts, and we all witness that, forcing us to rethink established models and to reshaping new models based on evidences, data evidences. I mean, geopolitics is not about only talking, it's not only about debating, it's a science, and it needs to be built on science, knowledge, and scientific methods. This is precisely why we are here today, not only to observe these challenges, but to analyze them, to debate them, and above all, to collectively explore concrete and forward-looking solutions, to move beyond short-term responses, to strengthen regional approaches, to promote sustainable financing, and to build partnerships that are more balanced, more resilient, and that bring innovation, favor solutions built in Africa for the population of Africa. For those solutions to be more aligned to the realities and aspirations of African societies. In this spirit, the Embassy of France in Uganda is really proud to support this platform, the KGC, alongside our partners to promote dialogue, knowledge sharing, and the inclusion of youth voices, which are essential to bring innovation, new skills, and to shape sustainable futures. The success of this conference over the years clearly reflects a strong and growing appetite among young Ugandans for debate, critical thinking, and engagement with the pressing issues of our time. We cannot wait. You cannot wait. That's why we are here today. Allow me now to briefly highlight the two panels proposed by the French Embassy alongside the panels organized by the CAS and Makerere University. The first panel, which is the one following the speeches, which opened the debate on a critical issue, which is the future of international aid. The year 2025 has been terrible. It marked by significant reductions in global aid, including the dismantling of US aid structure, with tangible consequences for humanitarian and development sectors in Uganda and worldwide. There is no day where we count the impact, when we try to qualify the impact of this reduction in development aid on life skills, on livelihoods, and the impact in the long term in building peace, in building growth. So this context calls for a deep rethinking of official development assistance. Here are those questions we will debate. How can we move from traditional aid models toward more sustainable, inclusive, and investment-driven approaches, welcoming on board the private sector? Because this may be a paradox. There has never been so much money made in this world. So how can we bring the private sector and this private financing more interested in SDGs and in an inclusive and sustainable growth. How can we mobilize new actors, build innovative partnerships, and ensure that financing mechanisms are both effective but respectful of national sovereignty? How to build cooperation rather than competition? How to build inclusive prosperity to sustain this path? These are the key questions this panel will explore, so I would like to thank Leonard Zulu, the UN Residence Coordinator, Dr. Uloba from National Planning Authority, maybe he's on, yes, thank you. My colleague, and I know he's on his way, Marc Trouillet from the French Development Agency, Dr. Nathalie Ferriret from Sciences Po X, accepting to be part of this panel, who will be moderated by Dr. John Oriemu from Makerere in the upcoming minutes. The other panel will take tomorrow afternoon, and it will focus on youth empowerment. Africa is the youngest continent in the world, and in Uganda more than 70% of the population is under 30. This demographic reality is both a tremendous opportunity, what we call the demographic dividend, but also a significant challenge. Too often, young people feel being underrepresented in decision-making processes. And the central question is therefore clear. How can youth move from being passive beneficiaries or silent beneficiaries? It's not because you are passive. It's not because you are silent. It's sometimes that we don't hear you or give you the floor to really be part of the debate and the decision-making process. How can we so bring you to become active co-creators of the design, the implementation, and the evaluation of public policies? So I'd like to thank in advance Mr. Timothy Chemonges, the Director of Center for Policy Analysis, CEPA, who will talk tomorrow. CEPA is a high-level Ugandan think tank, and we are glad that they accepted to talk tomorrow afternoon. Mrs. Fobe Nakukunda, the country liaison officer for the Faraja African Foundation, which is a trust partner of the French Embassy. Mrs. Jessica Anor, the head of the Youth, Gender and Women's Empowerment Unit at the African Union Development Agency. Thank you for your presence in Kampala and for having traveled to Kampala. And then Mrs. Cheptum Toyorotshish. She is the project manager at Oriental Lab, Innovation Foundation for Democracy, an international recognized research center funded by our colleague Achille Mbembe, the famous Achille Mbembe from Cameroon, and this FIDEMO is supported by the French government and based in South Africa. So tomorrow discussion will be moderated by Mrs. Fiona Kemigisha, the famous Fiona. I was told that she's a famous and a brilliant moderator. I'm coming to the end. Just the continued success of this conference is a testament of the quality of this debate, the richness of the panels, and the engagement of the participants. So I must say one of the highlights each year remains the bold, insightful, and sometimes challenging questions of students. You are challenging us, and this is your time to do this during the next 2 days. I encourage you to be very active, Not hesitate to contribute to the debate with questions. Try to formulate it with your own skills and data evidence to make, the debate more lively and more evidence-driven. Enrich reflection on contemporary issues to be the world in which you will live tomorrow, we will live tomorrow, our children will live tomorrow. And this is one of the main objectives of the conference. As a conclusion, I just want to give you some insight on what is the value of this conference for the French government and for the French embassy and for our whole global community. The debate you're going to have during those 2 days, the topics discussed, are at the core of the coming G7 and G20 debates. In 2 months from now, France will host the G7 summit, which will propose to bring concrete solutions to move from heightened global imbalances in the world, domination practices, undermined global governance on one side, to move from that to tangible solutions and renewed international partnership built on shared principles, shared rules, international rules. The voice of African countries will be brought by Kenya, who hosts, together with France, the Africa Forward Summit on May 11 and 12 in Nairobi. By focusing on innovation and inclusive growth involving the civil societies organization, the business community, more than 2,000 top leaders, top CEOs from Africa, different countries, from Nigeria, South Africa, Egypt, and of course, from East African countries. And more than 30 heads of state and governments. France and Kenya are committed to bring a valuable proposition to the debate that will take further in Evian, in France, in June 2026. So, today and tomorrow, please take this opportunity to formally debate, and I want to thank all of you for your contribution to this conference. I wish you, I wish us, I will try to stay for a few panels, 2 days of good debate, as well as inspirational and tangible proposals. Thank you for your attention and your patience. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Your Excellency, Virginie. Another round of applause for her. And really, special thanks to the Embassy of France in Uganda to, always pushing and promoting ideas that bring global debates on the African stage. And also thank you for highlighting the need to bring co-creators from here in Africa to be part in the design and implementation of African policies. Now, ladies and gentlemen, allow me to welcome on stage Anna Riesman. Anna Riesman is the country director of the Konrad Adenauer Stiftung in Uganda and South Sudan, and she has over a decade of experience in European and international cooperation, and having served as a policy advisor at CAS headquarters in Berlin and as a deputy country director in Ukraine. Welcome with me on stage, Ms. Riesman.
Thank you very much, Canary. Good morning. dear Mr. Yusuf Chiranda, representing the Makerere University in his capacity as the university secretary and being a very close friend to the Konrad Adenauer Stiftung, Your Excellency, the Ambassador of France to Uganda, dear Virginie Leroy, dear Mr. Loïc Brovon, Director of the Alliance Française, my dear colleague Jan Ole Voss, who has traveled from Germany and is with us today and is the incoming director of the CAS Regional Program, Security Dialogue for East Africa, that is in charge of organizing this conference here in Kampala. I am once again very pleased, and it is really great pleasure to share this stage and to wear this badge as the organizer of the Kampala Geopolitics Conference. As Konrad Adenauer Stiftung, we are grateful for 9 years of close and continuous cooperation between our institutions. To all our guests today, and to those following our deliberations online or joining us tomorrow here at Makerere University, a very warm welcome. I am, as always, very pleased to see so many young people in the room, students willing to learn while attending this conference. Dear panelists, to all of you, thank you very much for your time, your interest, and for agreeing to travel and be with us here today to participate in the Kampala Geopolitics Conference 2026. Once again, a very special thank you to the Makerere University for opening its doors and offering, in both a literal and metaphorical sense, a space for critical debate. Looking at the agenda for these 2 days, one cannot but notice two tendencies. On the one hand, there is a growing recognition that an era is coming to an end, and that long-standing institutions, established practices, and long-perceived realities are undergoing a profound change. We are certainly living through times of transition. Challenges to our institutions and to long-standing alliances are evident. These challenges come from outside, but also and especially from within. They are informed by new security priorities, by the realization that some institutions have become inefficient or maybe incapable of fulfilling their functions for which they were created, and by the recognition that they have maybe failed to deliver on the promise of economic development. These times of transition also raise the legitimate question of whether the normative purpose of some of the multilateral institutions may have eroded over time. That is why some of our panels speak of disruption, uncertainty, and fractures. On the other hand, and I personally find it equally encouraging, is that all the proposed topics reflect a deliberate effort by the organizers not only to acknowledge these multiple changes and challenges, but also to explore the possibilities they open up for new approaches, for reimagining the world we live in, and for shaping new realities as nation states, regional blocs, and multilateral institutions, as all of these actors are navigating the transitions we are going through. I hope we can maintain this spirit throughout the conference. The title of this year's edition is The African Dimension in International Debates. While, of course, we could also speak of European or Asian dimensions, we use this platform here in Kampala, Uganda, to focus on the interests of selected African countries. Let us be honest, 2 days would not be enough to develop a truly continental perspective. So we are discussing African perspectives on shaping new geopolitical realities. What are the interests and the ambitions here in the region? What is realistically possible within existing frameworks, under current conditions, and with present political will? What are the visions in the room? The African region has undoubtedly become an increasingly prominent arena for international engagement amid shifts in the global distribution of power. From different angles and perspectives, we will examine how African governments and regional institutions navigate this expanding field of external engagement, and to what extent they are able to define priorities, set conditions, and leverage partnerships in pursuit of their own interests, development goals, security needs, and foreign policy objectives. We wish to see an informed, respectful, and insightful debate. And we warmly invite all of you to participate actively in the discussions ahead. Once again, thank you to the Makerere University, to all of our partners, and to everyone who has made these 2 days possible and are with us today. And dear Yusuf, I've keenly been listening to your words. Thank you very much for bringing up the idea and the initiative to create, after 9 years, a framework for a sustainable engagement so that this conference does not remain an annual event, but becomes a very close cooperation throughout the year on the topics that are discussed here, on the visions that we create for the conferences ahead, and for the cooperation and exchange that we together can bring to the global stages from the stage here at the Makerere University. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Anna. She talks about fractures, uncertainty, and disruption, but she always looks at things in a positive way, and that's why I think your ending was quite interesting. Let's focus on the positivity. Let's focus on really what these conversations can really, as they are informed, can really shape into. Now, ladies and gentlemen, allow me welcome on stage Loic Bova, who is the director of Alliance Francaise Kampala. He specializes in cultural diplomacy, international education, and language acquisition as a tool for professional development, but is also a key figure in the Franco-Ugandan cultural landscape and has contributed to academic and cultural initiatives that connect local students with international opportunities. Mr. Bova, you're welcome.
Good morning, everyone. I'm honored to speak today at the Kampala Geopolitics Conference. On behalf of the Alliance Française of Kampala, I wish to warmly thank Mr. Yusuf Chiwanda, representing Makerere University, Her Excellency Virginie Leroy, Ambassador of France in Uganda, and Mrs. Anna Reisman, who represented Konrad Adenauer Stiftung. I would like also to express sincere appreciation to all panelists, speakers, and guests who make this conference such a vibrant space for dialogue and ideas. The Alliance Française of Kampala is a part of a worldwide network of over 800 centers that promote French language and Francophone cultures. Here in Uganda, we are proud to work with the Institut Français, the French-German Fund, the Goethe Zentrum, and several private partners to create opportunities for cultural and educational exchange. Learning French today means more than mastering a new language. It is a key to a global citizenship, giving access to international careers, higher education, and intercultural understanding. French connects over or almost 400 million people, mostly Africans. French is an African language, across 5 continents, and it strengthens Africa's voice on the world stage. At the Alliance Française Kampala, we encourage this engagement through classes, concerts, exhibitions, and art collaborations. For this major event for the Kampala Geopolitics Conference, we are bringing the cultural touch, the fun. So we're thrilled to bring to you artists like Tracy Mellon and Africa Art Group, whose performances celebrate creativity and the shared energy of African and French culture. I invite you all to follow Alliance Française Kampala on social media, join our events, and explore the journey of learning French. Every time you discover a new word, you discover a new way to see the world. Merci beaucoup. Thank you for your attention, and we hope to see you soon at the Alliance Française Kampala. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Yes, indeed. He talks about Tracy Mellon. There will be a performance later on. If you look at the program, there will be a performance later on before lunch by Tracy Mellon. I would like to invite the past speakers to come on stage for a group picture. Ms. Risman, Mr. Chiranda, and Her Excellency. Just before we begin our first panel. All right, the photographers, hold it, hold it. I would like to invite the United Nations Resident Coordinator, Mr. Zulu, to join the group picture. Thank you. Thank you very much. Thank you. Thank you. All right, ladies and gentlemen, let's get into our first panel. We're just right on time. That will be exploring the new phases of development assistance towards solidarity-based sustainable investments based on a logic of partnerships. And to moderate this panel will come with me on stage Dr. John Bosco Oryema. Dr. John Bosco Oryema is a lecturer in the School of Economics at Makerere University. Oh, I didn't know. Dr. Oryema, you are quite popular at a university like this. Dr. Oryema is an active researcher and has published extensively on the intersection of public policy and economic welfare. You're welcome. Again, allow me to invite on stage Leonard Zulu, the UN Resident Coordinator in Uganda. He leads UN's efforts to support Uganda's National Development Plan through integrated policy and program coordination. Welcome with me on stage, Marc Trier is the Country Director of the French Development Agency, AFD, in Uganda. Trier oversees AFD's multi-sectorial portfolio in Uganda, focusing on sustainable infrastructure, water management, and inclusive economic growth. Also will come with me on stage, Dr. Nathalie Ferrier. He's an associate professor of economics at Sciences Po and a member of the Aix-Marseille School of Economics, a dedicated scholar and contributes to global academic discourse on economic dimensions on humanitarian crises. You may take your seats. Thank you. And last but not least, will come with me on stage, Dr. Asmani Glover, who is the Director of Development Planning in the National Planning Authority, NPA, in Uganda. He's a key policy strategist and plays a key central role in aligning national economic priorities with regional and international growth frameworks. This is the first panel, ladies and gentlemen, and it's going to be exploring new phases of development assistance, and particularly towards solidarity-based sustainable investments based on a logic of partnerships. Dr. Oryema, may you take it away? Thank you.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. I welcome you to this session, and it is a session that is very vital for us since the global arena and development assistance surface has changed over time. Okay. Thank you. As we are aware, development as a continuous process of qualitative change requires resources. But these resources can be what we have domestically and what we can raise in terms of borrowing. But if those two fail, then we need assistance. And that is where development assistance comes in. When you reflect back, in 1970, the UN General Assembly, under Resolution 2626, Item 42, agreed that developed countries should commit to help developing countries with at least 1% of their GDP to provide assistance to the developing countries. And if they could not do that, then they should do it by 1975. And if you see over time, there has been tremendous flow of official development assistance to developing countries, targeting poverty, targeting health interventions, education, water and sanitation, agriculture, peace building, and human rights. And we have seen changes. One of the critical ones you could realize is the debt relief, where many countries benefited through assistance that were guaranteed that if they commit more of their resources towards reduction in poverty, then their debt would be cancelled. But from 2025, we have seen a change in direction. of the flow of aid. Aid is not coming through, but it is dwindling. This was against the backdrop of what happened after COVID-19, where we saw significant resources were flowing to many countries. But from 2025, there is a change, as Ambassador remarked. But what can we do about it? It is at this point that we need to have a discussion, an honest discussion of the change in multilateral aid to aid coming through now a dual partnership, where countries are now trying to make their own cooperation to be a one-on-one basis, other than the multilateral kind of cooperation. And one of the channels could be through investment through partnerships, through solidarity, and how sustainable are these kind of changes. So to discuss this, as we have seen, we have distinguished guests, panelists, and I'll give them opening remarks. I'll start with the UN resident coordinator, being at the center of the UN system. That is very important in coordinating country efforts so that each country can move forward. So, Mr. Zulu, you're welcome.
Thank you very much. I'll start, and good morning everyone in the hall. I'll start from where you have stopped, that, okay, the official development assistance has drastically reduced. And I'll start by an example right here in Uganda. By this time last year, the United Nations system, the resources that we usually have in Uganda, we had lost 165 million United States dollars. This is money that had been confirmed on the various agencies' budgets in the country. So that really threw our plans off the rails. We were very worried. What were we going to do about support to the 2 million almost refugees in the country? What were we going to do to our programs of health, education, water, hygiene, and sanitation? Our malnutrition programs, our youth programs. So that was the real impact on people. The school feeding programs in the primary and secondary schools. So we looked around and we said that no, internally here in Uganda, like in many other countries, there are resources. So we started discussing financing development using domestic resources, domestic resource mobilization. And I want to give you some figures related to Africa before I hand over to my next colleague to also say something. There are 1.3 trillion US dollars in pension assets on the continent, 483 billion in domestic revenue, 24 billion in sovereign wealth funds, 427 billion US dollars in private savings, and more than 100 billion in diaspora remittances. And we also looked at other partnerships, trade, making sure that we can create the environment that will promote trade. And here in Uganda, last year, Uganda attracted more than 5 billion US dollars. We can talk more about the partnerships you mentioned, but that's setting the scene. A lot of overseas development assistance is gone, but there are resources domestically, and there are partnerships that we can take advantage of. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Mr. Zulu. At this time, we welcome Mr. Mark Troyer to give his opening remarks.
Thank you, dear John Bosco, dear moderator. Thank you again, and good morning to all. I will do 3 opening remarks, very brief, to a little bit set the stage where I'm standing from as a French person, as a diplomat, and as a developer. So my first remark is about the fact that, yes, it is obvious that we have shifted in the way we're talking about development assistance from a perspective of assistance, precisely, to aid, to development aid, and now we're talking about partnership. So this shifting in vocabulary is showing one thing also. It is showing the growing questioning about the very terms that we are using about development assistance. And there are a great numbers of authors, and I'm just listening to a podcast during these days about a great African person, a scholar and a UN also person, which is Carlos Lopez, who is explaining how actually there is a lot of dependency, a lot of perverse effect in development assistance as it was built. So of course we all have in mind also the structural adjustments of the 80s and how things have evolved since then. But we are in this landscape where there have been a lot of criticism about exactly what are the motivation and what are the consequences. And a lot of the thinking of African economists, African philosophers, African developers is precisely to say that to get back the development on your end, you have to basically develop your own concept. So this is a question about reappropriation of the concept of development. So the words have a meaning, so shifting from the notion of development assistance to solidarity, based on solidarity, to partnership based on mutual interest is something which is, of course, critical to bear in mind. Second opening remark is about aid and trade. For quite a long time, there have been some differences made between aid and trade, and some have proposed to substitute basically aid and trade. So I would say that, yes, in Africa also there is this great project of having a unification of the tariff among the African Union, but also in some of the regional sub-organizations. And we can see here in East Africa that East Africa is quite actually integrated in terms of import between the different countries, which is raising the level of economic development, which is measured by the GDP per capita. And so, yes, there are certainly requests to be made to the global world in terms of integrating better African economies to the division of labor in the world, in the global economy. So here we're talking about, on the one hand, from the perspective of investor of credit export, which is also one of the means of supplying and supporting FDIs, foreign domestic investment, but also the capacity of having value chain being reshaped in the global economy according to, obviously, economic criteria. And then my last remark is also echoing what the UN representative just said about the domestic resource mobilization. We have it is almost a joke among the development worlds where we're saying that we are not lacking fundings or money, we're lacking good projects to fund. The fact is that investors, private investors, public institutions, we are looking to invest into good projects. So basically this is one of the questions we have is where do we find them? So this is a question about raising the good project rather than having the money to fund them, because yes, there are in Africa, and in Uganda we have had that discussion also, a lot of available funding for investing in good projects, including in infrastructures and the like. So I stop here for my opening remarks. Thank you.
Thank you, Mark. Now we get comments from Professor Nathalie.
Yes, it works. So thanks again for inviting me, and everyone, good morning. So I'm not a specialist on development finance, but much more on traditional ODAs. So I will have also this perspective of what is traditional ODAs and why we have this shift between more development assistance to this oriented investment, solidarity-based partnership. So in economics, we saw mostly three main reasons to have this shift. The first one is the importance of private sector for development, because private sector will be the one creating the most job, will bring innovation, will bring some social progress. Meaning that we should not only look at public sectors, which is still important because of externality problems, for instance, but also invest in this private sector more than what has been done before. Second aspect, why we should look at more investment in private sector is that, yes, we are improving business environment, but it's not sufficient alone, because firms still face large constraints in access to finance. So we have the funds, you told us, the funds are here, but there is a problem of access. Access because of supply side problems sometimes, but also on demand side problems. And here, development finance institution could be a way to fill this gap. And third, as it has already been done, said, investing in low and middle-income countries is financially possible. We had this whole debate in economics about the Lucas paradox. Why FDI don't go where it is most profitable? And we have to understand this Lucas paradox more, knowing that today, 20% of foreign direct investment in Africa are from this development finance institution. So it could be a way to offset this Lucas paradox. However, from the academic perspective, we still don't know if it's better or not than a traditional ODA. Why? Because it's a new area for us as researchers. So it's not because the FI are new. For instance, Proparco has been launched decades ago, but we lacked data to really understand the effectiveness of this investment aid aspects. Mostly we have evidence for middle-income countries showing positive effects on firm performance, but for low-income countries we have almost, to my knowledge, no evidence, empirical evidence of how is it effective. And we don't have enough evidence also on relative effectiveness compared to private finance and compared to traditional ODAs. Knowing that also we have a change on the evidence of effectiveness of ODA. So last 20 years, it was much more on ODA is not effective at all. We have a lot of problems, but given the improvement in econometrics method and also on data, we are able, academics, to show that yes, ODA is effective and have a positive impact on development. Sometimes a small impact, sometimes a conditional impact, sometimes a localized impact, but a positive one. And it doesn't mean that ODA is perfect. Clearly not. We still have a problem in allocation. It's not only driven by needs, and we need to acknowledge it, but ODA is working, and we should, as academics, put this more in the debate that we need to have ODA in all models, and I will stop there for now.
Great. Thank you, Prof, for your submission. Now we turn to Dr. Asuman Goloba, the man at the center of NDP4, Planning and Evaluation and Everything Vision 2040. Welcome, Doctor.
Thanks, John. Good morning, everyone. Greetings from National Planning Authority. Now, from the planning perspective, as you are aware, we are currently implementing the National Development Plan 4. And this National Development Plan 4 is the first plan to implement the government strategy that we call the 10-fold growth strategy. What is the 10-fold growth strategy? We have a vision 2040, and halfway implementing this vision 2040, we realize that the pace at which we are moving is too slow to achieve us the vision targets. So what this means that in the remaining vision period, the 10-15 years, we need to grow the economy 10 times than the current economy. From the current about to $558 billion US dollar economy to a $580 billion US dollar economy. So this first plan started from that angle, but part of that plan, if we are to implement it, is a financing challenge. And there are three things we realized when we were starting to do this plan. One is that there is a constant we had in the room. The financial architecture we know of as a country is changing. If you look at it globally, even within Africa, not only are we getting less inflows, the inflows are reducing, but actually the outflows coming out of Africa and LDCs are increasing because we are starting to pay back our debt position. So if you look at Uganda's budget in particular, about a third of the budget is repaying debt. So if you look at the inflows we are getting and the outflows, actually the net effect is a very dimming situation. So meaning as we are planning, if we are to achieve that 10-fold growth, we needed to deal with that. The second issue we needed to deal with is that globally, the global finance architecture is very uncertain. And it's increasingly becoming uncertain with the Trumpism. So meaning the business as usual financing model and ODA is not likely to be the same model. So we needed to do something if we are to achieve the goals that we are looking for. But third, and for me the most important, and this is where the discussion I came to talk to more, is that behind every crisis there's an opportunity. And this conversation we are having here today is to try to delineate that opportunity, and from the planning angle, how have we tried to craft out that opportunity. And the opportunity is many in three areas. One is that we need to look for innovative, locally developed financing options. That's the first thing we need to look at. And I'll be discussing a little more detail what we are thinking about. The second is the usual that my colleagues have talked to, is the domestic resource mobilization must be upped. Indeed, in the plan, we have 10 priorities in the next 5 years. One of those priorities, domestic resource mobilization. And this is a role not for just Uganda Revenue Authority, it's a role for all entities of government. Tourism Board, how are you part of the conversation of ensuring you are bringing more revenues into the country? Makere Universal Education System, how are you part of the conversation of ensuring you are contributing to the coffers of the country if you are to achieve the goals? Lastly, we need to ensure, because if you are talking about the side of revenue, you have talked about finance options, it's the side of expenditure itself. How do we spend more efficiently, effectively, and impactful if we are to achieve the goals we are set out as a country? These are my general conversation will be around those areas. Thank you.
Thank you very much, my panelists, for your submissions of these opening remarks. We now go into the discussions. I will ask a few questions and specific ones to each of the panelists for your insights and contributions so that we have a way forward at the end. I'll start with Professor Nathalie. From your research, what are the models of ODA that exist and has been proven to be effective in promoting development? And then what does it mean now for the current changes where development assistance is reducing drastically? Thank you.
Okay. So in terms of models, we can easily distinguish between traditional donors, so dark donors, and non-traditional donors such as China, India, also Turkey. We saw why there are different models. First, because they don't invest in the same sectors. For instance, dark donors tend to be much more on human capital than on infrastructure, while China, for instance, invests a lot on infrastructure and a little bit less, or I'm not sure they invest in human capital. But it's also difficult to have different model analysis because for some donors, such as China, we don't have the data easily, in the sense that they do not share their information with the DAC system and the OECD. Same for India or Turkey. Now, Turkey is starting to share some information. And we have also question of effectiveness. So I started a little bit to discuss this effectiveness effect. We have question on whether multilateralism or bilateralism is more or less effective. It depends. So it's a usual answer of researchers. It depends. But yes, it depends on the context. It depends on the multilateral institution. It depends also on what kind of multilateral institution you look at. If it's the UN organization or trust fund, for instance, what we call in research multi-B aid, with the idea that trust funds could be a way for donors to bilateralize multilateral ODA. And we have also shift over time. So models are not stable. They are dynamics. People change the way they do their ODAs. Even for France, it's not the same model than before. We adjust with the global framework. We adjust with the dynamic of other donors, for instance, and obviously with the partners.
Thank you. I am aware that you are undertaking some research on local government financing and the flow of finance from the center to the local governments. What are the preliminary results that you have that can be informative to the audience?
So I'm really starting this research, so I don't have so much preliminary results. So for now, what we have is a picture in the context of Uganda of aid and ODAs going to local governments. And yes, there has aid going to local governments, more or less depending on the local governments, more or less also depending on the stakeholders. So some donors, mostly the UN, seems to work quite well and a lot with local governments, while other donors are not in-house data at the local government level and at the budget level. So that's the only insight of my current research I can give you.
Okay, great.
But maybe in 2 years or 3 years.
Okay, great. I turn now to the UN resident coordinator, Mr. Zulu. I will start with a quote from Barack Obama, that development isn't charity. It's one of the smartest investments we can make in our shared future, in our security, and in our prosperity. The UN plays a very significant role in ensuring global security, in helping countries adjust when they are in points of inflections like what we have these days. What is the UN system doing to make our countries adjust to the fact that aid is dwindling and there is need for a change in paradigm where multilateral aid is now declining and we need to focus on bilateral partnership. We need to look at solidarity-based investments that can move our countries from their low levels to higher levels. Thank you.
Thank you. So what can the UN do in this thing? I think quite a lot. First of all, we have to recall that the United Nations is not the officials of the United Nations, the Secretariat. It's the member states. So it's actually the member states that are really, really critical. And they established this institution in 1945 in order to ensure international peace and security, but also two other pillars: to promote, protect, and fulfill human rights, and also to advance social and economic development. So these are the three pillars of the United Nations. And that's what we work on. I work in the development pillar primarily, and I'm very engaged in the norms and standards pillar, the human rights pillar, the protection of human rights, respect of human rights, promotion, and also the fulfillment of human rights. So what can we do? We've got the template. The member states have agreed a template. It's called the Sustainable Development Goals. And the Sustainable Development Goals gives us the roadmap of what we have to do to eliminate poverty, to advance gender equality, to ensure that we protect the environment, and so on and so forth. And there are 17 of these goals. So most countries in the world, including in Africa, have actually incorporated these sustainable development goals into their national development plans. And the United Nations has been providing support to all of these countries everywhere in the world, where we make comments that are these in line with the sustainable development goals. So the first one is technical advice, technical assistance, technical expertise. That's what you have in the United Nations, because it's a collection of the talent of all the peoples of the world. You will find them in the diversity of its staff. And then we have some resources, but our resources will not develop a country. They are catalytic resources, catalytic investments. And we also play a vital role of convening, participating in forums such as this one, but also bringing multilateral partners together, talking about multilateral development banks, what they can do. You asked an example, what's a good model of official development assistance? There has been a good model once upon a time in the lifetime of the United Nations, the Marshall Plan. How that went and really helped and supported the reconstruction of Europe through concessional loans and grants. And that at scale, it has to be at scale. And also, we've also seen some other models, debt for development swaps, based on bankable projects. And also, the most important one is the impartiality you find in the United Nations. The fact that the United Nations is always the honest broker at the table, providing advice in an impartial way, bringing examples from various parts of the world that work and showcasing them. So that's the contribution that the United Nations can bring. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Now I turn to Marc Troyer. You have immense experience in managing the French Development Agency. You have done a lot of work with the French ministry and even the city of Paris itself, you work with them. And your experience would give us insights on how can this change in development assistance can lead to better outcomes, and also how can developing countries be able to leverage the partnership given the unequal relationship between developed countries and developing countries, even among firms that are in developed countries partnering with the firms in developing countries.
Quite a lot of questions. I would take the one angle. You mentioned leveraging partnership in a partnership of equals, and I will take one example in what in finance world we are calling the blended finance. So blended finance, basically, it's something very simple, that you're mixing different sources of financing that could be typically loans and grants, or loans and guarantees when you're working with the private sector or with banks. So that you are basically, what you're doing, you are leveraging way more of money than just with grant. So that's the first advantage of doing that. And so that's why public development banks, such as the French Development Agency, are also using. What you're doing also is that, for instance, here in Uganda, AFD is working with the EU delegation, the European Union, for precisely mixing grants and loans to, for instance, having the capacity of doing the feasibility studies. When you have complex infrastructure projects, you need to have feasibility studies, otherwise you're not going to go anywhere. So obviously it's better to have grants for doing them than loans. But also we are doing investment that are with very low return of investment on it, that will not be supported by a typical loan, such as last mile connection in electricity, or improving the access to water in resettlement area for refugees or IDPs. So this is how blended finance also can be leveraging things. We have also a sister agency, Proparco, which is de-risking investment from the private sector through, again, guarantees, equities, or debt. So that's a way also of leveraging the investment of private partner, or supporting the investment in areas that otherwise won't be easily accessible for market-based investment. But there are also new options in development assistance or blended finance that are growing in importance, and that will be critical also to allow countries in Africa, for instance, to face a immense huge of investment. Those can be linked to carbon credit. So this is a new type of financing, which is a little bit complex. So there are the green funds, for instance, in Korea, but can be accessed through international institutions. And recently, IFAD has been investing in agricultural projects that have a return of investment for Uganda in terms of mobilizing carbon credit. We ourselves, we are working with the government to precisely enabling further framework to allowing private investors, but also the general public to invest more in carbon credit economy. And so those are new ways for development banks, especially to working. And here I just want to say one thing about also the necessity to best harvest these new ways of financing. And there is an initiative that AFD has been part of since 10 years or so, which is what we call finance in common, or basically the gathering of all the public development banks throughout the world. And actually, when you look at it, they are the ones that are investing the most in the economy, in their domestic economy. In France, one of the most ancient and important public bank is CDC, Caisse des Dépôts et Consignations, which has been investing thousands of billions in the French economy. And you find that in China, you find that everywhere, and you find that here also in Uganda with Uganda Development Bank. So having a network of those development banks is important to harvest all these new ways of banking, but also to setting the stage and establishing new standards and norms, because this is also critical. And I mentioned that we need to find the ways of working in your own terms, but defining the right standards and norms is also part of this effort of the public financed banks throughout the financing command or the fixed movement.
Thank you. But we realize that if financing is focusing on returns. There are certain parts of the society that can be ignored. Certain investments are for the benefit of the vulnerable population. So if you consider the net present values in your feasibility studies, there's a high likelihood that some part of the society will not benefit given the change from multilateral financing to bilateral financing. What is AFD doing to ensure inclusivity and sustainability?
Well, that's not only AFD, which is trying to ensure that its investments are worth investing in, both for the French taxpayer, which is subsidizing the investment we are promoting, but also, of course, for the beneficiaries themselves. So basically, what you're talking about, again, I'm taking one angle, it is what we call impact financing. So impact is a new buzzword in the developing world because we are all looking at demonstrating that what we are investing in is impactful in terms of social inclusivity, reducing inequality, but also enhancing productivity and the economy. So basically, as an institution, we are a public bank institution, we have developed a lot of instruments to measure that our investments are not harmful to the environment or to the social norms, but also that are promoting actively the SDGs, that's what I refer to as the Sustainable Development Goals. So all of our projects are subject to, as we're working in Uganda also, the national frameworks such as the ASIA that are defined by also NEMA. But we are looking also of having more on a corporate level what we call a scoreboard of indicators showing that our investments are precisely respecting the environment, social norms, and the like. And this is very critical for us, not just for the sake of reporting, but also because as a public finance institution, we are getting the funding, the money that we are lending to our client on the international market. And how do we raise this money? Basically by issuing what we call sustainable bonds or green bonds. And they are linked to a type of project that we have to demonstrate are going to be sustainable, are green, are going to be impactful. So basically, this is part of our business model to be sure that our pipeline of projects we are investing in are green, are beneficial for the beneficiary and the population they are supposed to serve. So we have that kind of thing. And just last one word about the fact that we are geared by the necessity of having a beneficial impact. Because we are lending, we are discussing with the government or the utilities to be sure that the investment we're going to invest in with them is going to be economically sound. So we are doing that feasibility study. And I have a clear example here in Uganda on a project of large-scale irrigation that we end up discussing with the Ministry of Water and Environment, and we decided collectively not to invest in because the return of investment was not clear enough. So basically, we have, structurally internal safeguards to be sure that we are impactful.
Great. Thank you for your elaborate explanations of the different financing models and how we can take care of sustainability, of inclusion, and to ensure that even the taxpayers get back their money. Now, turning to Dr. Asumani Globa, before you say anything, let me start with a quote from William Easterly, a renowned development economist. And he said, "Remember, aid cannot achieve the end of poverty. Only homegrown development based on the dynamism of individuals and firms in free markets can do that." Now, as the chief planner, the chief architect behind NDP4, behind the tenfold growth strategy, what is it that we can achieve given the change in the space for financing? Many of the PIAPs are what they call the Program Implementation Action Plans. They are mostly based on borrowed money or even on development partners. how does this change in financing, where multilateral aid is dwindling, but we need to find new strategies? How is NPA and the whole government approaching this? Thank you.
Thank you again. Again, I'll take you back to my initial submission, is that behind every crisis, there's an opportunity. And for us, when we were developing the plan, we knew there would be a crisis in terms of financing because the architecture wasn't good. But in that, it gave us an opportunity to think inward. And in thinking inward, we thought that we needed to develop local financing options. And this, to just give you an example, for the first time ever when we were doing the plan, we have a comprehensive chapter just talking about financing alone, how we are going to fund the plan. And in that, we have a few things that we are talking about in terms of options. One, and this is where we need to work closely with our partners, the development partners, is we need to leverage in our diaspora, because the diaspora can be part of development. We see this in Ethiopia, because the Renaissance Dam that has been built largely based on indigenous capital, but also diaspora funding. So how do we work with our development partners to leverage in the diaspora that they hold within, or to be able to bring in more resources? Two, there is a gray area we haven't been touching. Largely, we have been thinking that government is the biggest driver of development, but actually, the private sector has a very key role to play. How do we ensure we build capacity in PPPs, public-private partnerships? As you are aware, we're having a conversation on, for instance, delivering the Kampala Ginger Express Highway using that model. And how does ODA catalyze that kind of financing? By ensuring that it provides the right studies, but also de-risks the private sector to ensure the right private sector from most of these countries that we are talking about should be willing to invest. So we have several projects. For instance, we have the oil refinery that we are talking about. How can we leverage in not only indigenous private capital, but also the diaspora and also foreign capital? So how do we build the capacity to ensure that we deliver that? Three, in the last couple of months, we have been having serious conversations with the banking sector. If you know, if we are going to achieve the tenfold, there is one crux that we need to address as Ugandans. In Uganda, currently, the private sector credit to GDP, the proportion of private sector credit to GDP is around 12.4%. For a country that's looking for tenfold, that's too low. Sub-Saharan Africa average is around 38%. So if we are to achieve what we are looking for, we need the banking sector to act differently, to be able to gear its financing to the priorities. So the banking sector has just prepared a plan that is trying to see how they're able to leverage their financing to be able to tap in not only their parent companies, but also the companies be able to include financial inclusion to be able to unlock financing in this economy. There's a big entity also that we don't talk about. We don't have long-term financing in this economy. The type of finance we have is impatient. I mean, how do you invest in a farm? You go to a bank and immediately you borrow. Before you even complete tilling the land, they want you to repay back. So we need what we call patient capital. So the biggest driver of patient capital is pension sector. We haven't tapped into the pension sector. So we are having conversations with that pension funding to ensure that it's able to tap to be able to deliver long-term pension financing for this economy, so that it is able, I mean, the next dam and the next future roads for this economy should be maybe supported by some of the savings, including the ones coming from the savings area. Now, I also talked about domestic resource mobilization, the taxes. You know, currently, as you are aware, our tax expenditures, that is the incentives we give, contribute, they take up away about 4% of tax effort. So how do we ensure we get more leverage from that angle? More importantly, for every company you are giving incentives, is it providing the right return on the economy in terms of jobs, in terms of jobs, in terms of income, in terms of the economy? So we shouldn't give just blank incentives, but we need to ensure we are getting the benefit out of those incentives. Lastly, as I talked to, is that the expenditure we are looking at is that it's not only about getting more resources, but we need to spend smart. We need to ensure we get more value for money for everywhere we are spending. And because of that, for the first time ever in the plan, we are prioritizing much better. In the next 5 years, the budget is going to be composed of mainly 10 priorities. Okay, if we have time, I'll tell you those 10 priorities. In the past, we have been spending all over. So now we must look at those 10 priorities keenly. 2, not only do you look at the priorities, but you have to ensure that before even you have a project, you prepare good projects. Project preparation is key. I sit on a committee, actually, I'm chairing the project preparation facility at NPA. So we have started as government to ensure that now we prepare very good projects, bankable projects. And I'm chairing that committee that ensures that we prepare good projects. Lastly, after preparation, you need to implement better. Government, Uganda will have this problem. Very good plans, very good policies, poor implementation. So it's not an issue of throwing money at it if you are not going to implement well. So we are ensuring that we implement much better by starting from the whole cycle, prepare the project very well, and ensure if somebody said you deliver a project within this period of time, it should be delivered at that pace. A good example there we have just concluded. The Hoima Stadium, within 12 months, it was implemented. Can we be able to inculcate that kind of spirit across all projects? Thank you.
Thank you very much. I still come back to you, Dr. Asuman. We realize that most of these development assistance is between government to government. But when we talk about now solidarity-based partnerships, it can now involve the private sector. And significantly, our Ugandan economy is highly informal. Most of our enterprises are not registered. Most of them don't actually survive over a long period of time. To attract blended financing, to attract partnership that can go into the private sector. What is the government doing to reduce informality and to ensure the survival of farms?
I'll respond to that in 2 ways, because private sector is not only Ugandan private sector, there's also private sector in most of our development partners countries. One, but the one that's more important is actually the indigenous private sector. And as you have rightly put it, they deliver 80% of the GDP, contribute to 80% of tax revenues, and they provide over 80% of the jobs. So meaning it is the engine. But as you have also rightly put it, it's small in nature, it is informal, and in the plan, as you have put it, we have 2 goals in the plan for the private sector. One is first, ensure they do not die, they survive. 2, those that survive, we have to work on ways to ensure they grow, meaning they expand. With growth comes better productivity, better jobs. So how do we ensure we sort out the informality is beyond us looking for ways of formalizing them for tax purposes. We are crafting out strategies and actions to ensure that we incentivize them by how do we make them grow and survive. The conversation I've talked about in terms of funding and banking that we're having with the banking sector is that majority of them have credit challenges. There are younger people here in this audience who will finish their degrees and have innovative ideas, but for them to start, they need venture capital. They need the banking system that's able to respond to their needs. So we are having conversations with the banks to ensure that they work with these indigenous firms to provide that financing so that formalization is not for tax purposes, but is for growth purposes and for reasons of need to make money. But I'll turn to the other part of private sector. You get the projects I've talked about. For instance, for Kampala alone, you need the 1,000 bypass. That is from Jinja passing behind Nambole, connecting to the express, to the Northern Express. There is no need why government should come in and fund this fully. What governments needs to do is prepare a very good project, show to the market its return, because if there is a good return to the market, it's what. And as you know, in economics, we know from the Soro model, for economies that are at this level of development, the return on investment is high. So you can be able to tap in private FDI from all over the world if you have very bankable projects for them to come and invest in. And how does ODA, official ODA, help? It is a catalytic fund to de-risk that kind of investment so that majority of these private sector can be crowded in to come and invest in such an economy. Thank you.
Great. Thank you very much, Dr. Asuman. Thank you very much to the panelists. We now open a session whereby you, as the participants, can ask some questions and give some contributions before we come back to the panel. Canary, you'll help us in managing that.
Thank you so much, panelists. My name is Nelson Mandela. I'm the CEO of a microfinance institution called Mackenzie Microfinance Limited and SCE Group. Now, my question goes to the guy from French Development Agency. So we just wanted to know, for us who are in private sector, we're always looking for opportunities, especially in financing, to support the agenda of different institutions, whether embassy or whatever, and all that. So when I try to look at the funding that most of these development agencies have been doing, their focus is more on civil societies and all that, and it's less of private sector. So I don't know whether it's a French development agency doing the funding for the private sector or sort of like partnership, and if so, what are some of the areas that the agency is focusing on right now, in alignment with the green agenda of the French embassy? Thank you.
Yes, thank you so much. I'm called Priscilla Asimile. I teach in adult and community education at Makerere here. I thank the panelists so much for the discussion, for the ideas they've raised. My comments especially, I want to address them to Dr. Guloba and Mr. Zulu for the United Nations. I was very impressed when Dr. Guloba talked about smart spending. And because from the start I got this question in my head about the spending that our government engages in, and I was asking myself, when if we got the money from the local financing, is it fair, for example, for some people to earn over 200 million, for example, our honorable politicians in our parliament? I kept asking myself whether smart spending, for example, will involve cutting down on such big allowances. salaries for some members of the public, because then much of the financing, even if it is got locally, will be going to a few, and therefore inequalities will not reduce. We might still have gaps. Then to Mr. Zulu, I wanted to make a request. I don't know whether to you only or even to the French partners. Is it possible in your discussions with our governments and to also encourage smart spending, especially to moderate the salaries, because that money is coming from the same pool, I think, which is supposed to go to development work. Thank you so much.
Yes, I'm Annette Mpavulo Njwakabi from the United Nations Development Program. I have one comment. It has come through from the panel discussion that the issue is not necessarily the finances, but oftentimes there is a lack of good projects to fund. So my question is, what would typically constitute a good project that can be viable to access funding? Thank you.
One or two more questions, then we come back to, okay. There's some in the front.
Yes, hello. Yeah, good morning. My name is Ambrose Ngovi, and my question goes to Dr. Asuman. Doctor, you are mentioning the smart financial ways in financing the Vision 2040, and in this plan of, I think it's plan number 2. I have a question. I have read somewhere that we have about 12 million metric tons of gold and that we have oil in this economy. How comes that in your submission, you're not mentioning about what is in the plan for the oil and gold that we have in this economy, but you're mentioning about diaspora sendings and all that? Thank you.
Can you take one question from those in the gallery? They are up there and they feel left out.
Thank you so much. My name is Brilliant Niwandinda. I'm a year 2 student doing business administration at Makerere. My question goes to Dr. Asuman. You have said long-term financing in Uganda is still a problem. What are strategies as the Director of Planning and Development are they in place to ensure that we startups or those who are yet to start businesses are catered for to ensure sustainable growth, or they cover their financing or loans at least a long date? Thank you so much.
Can we take some questions from the gallery up?
Yeah. Good morning. This question is directed to Dr. Asuman. He recently said, you said he's the architect of the 10-fold growth strategy to transform Ugandan economy from a 50 billion economy to a 500 billion economy. And I think it is directed to be achieved in 2040. That makes it 14 years to achieve the goal. So how sustainable will it be? It's not addressing about the issues of debt to GDP ratio, which is increasing. And to the youth, especially we are worried because when you look at our debt trends, they are totally increasing. And most of our finances come from borrowing. So how sustainable is the 10-fold and NDP for trying to acknowledge the fact that debt is rising and it's not sustainable? Thank you.
One more question from the gallery, then we come down in the interest of time so that the panelists can respond to the questions. You can write some of the questions and we have a discussion over it later with the panelists.
Thank you so much. My name is Chemonges Timothy. I work with an organization called the Center for Policy Analysis. To the panelists, thank you for the quite elaborate discussion. My question goes to Glover from the National Planning Authority. And this probably is a broader discussion to the extent that as a country we seem to have a problem with how we relate with planning, that we act and then think of planning after instead of the vice versa. So my question to you, Glover, is that in light of the discussion that we are having here today, what does it look like in terms of the planning that you're undertaking, but also recognizing that the NDP 3 that we concluded, the performance to it was quite minimal. And there has not been very significant actions to address the gaps that were there. How do we plan to go about this very NDP 4 to address even the issues we are discussing today? Thank you.
Thank you very much. For those who have not got the opportunity to ask questions, you forgive us. In the interest of time, I now ask the panelists to respond to some of the questions. And then to anyone who has not been asked a specific question, if you feel that you can make a contribution to make something clear, feel free to chip in. Thank you. Dr. Asuman, I know you have a lot of questions. You may decide to divide some of the questions to some of your colleagues. Thank you.
The beauty is that first, on this panel, I'm the only Ugandan representing the Ugandans and telling them what they are planning to deliver. So, and I'm very happy that the questions are also aligned to that, to the planning angle. First and foremost is that we have what we call information asymmetry. So my role here is to ensure that I inform Ugandans as much as possible what we are doing. I'll start from the last question. The last question is that NDP 3 performance had some gaps. Have we learned from those gaps? In fact, that's the foundation of NDP 4. The NDP 4, before the whole planning cycle, and if you have heard, from the time I've been in planning, and I'm making my 10th year in planning, is that every time we do a subsequent plan, it's better than what we did before. Why? It's because we start by seeing where we have not done well. One was that in the last plan, we realized and I do not agree that it hasn't performed as well. The performance is now, as we conclude the plan, when we finalize the evaluation, it's about 60 to 70%. But that said, the fourth NDP starts by learning from the past plans. And from that angle, that's where we have what we refer to as the tenfold. Because what we realized in the last plans is that when we look at where we are to where we want to be in terms of achieving the Vision 2040, we realize that we are moving very slowly. So what that meant, if you look at the numbers, you do a bit of modeling, it ended that in the remaining period of the Vision 2040, we needed the economy to grow. Basically, multiply the current economy by 10 times. That's what the tenfold strategy is about. So to drive back the point home is that we try to learn from what, and the others are details that I'm going to talk to. There are a couple of questions that tie to that are saying, how are you going to finance the tenfold? Starting with a colleague who said our debt is unsustainable. I want also to correct that figure, is that currently, as I speak today, Uganda's debt is not sustainable. No, it's sustainable. Uganda's debt is sustainable. Because if you as a ratio of GDP is about 52% to GDP, it's very sustainable. The challenge we have with it is that we have liquidity issues. What do I mean? Is that the interest rate we are paying as part of the budget is increasing. So we need to ensure that we grow the economy much faster to ensure that we sort out liquidity issues, not now, but in the medium term. So it boils it back down to the need to grow the economy much faster. Every country borrows. There is no country that doesn't borrow, including the richest. I think the biggest borrower by nature is the United States, because we borrow in dollars, because they are the ones who have the dollar, so they can monetize that dollar anytime. But borrowing is not a problem. The issue is that, are you spending well? Are you ensuring that there's return on investment? I'll respond to Annette's question. So these questions, you realize I'm not responding to them in any order. What defines a good project for it to get financing? I know my colleagues may also respond to that. It depends on the nature of financing. Because if I'm going to get commercial debt, I'm going to get private sector funding, the return on investment must be good for that project. So meaning, to define a good project, the NPV for that project must be very high, so that for a private investor to come in and give you money, because they need to know that you'll be paying back. But not all projects are good because they are going to give us money in return. There could be projects that are, in their nature, they are socially desirable for the economy. For instance, an education project in a rural area may not give you return. On the economy generally, it may be positive, but over a longer period of time. So that type, it could be a good project, but you must fund it differently. So if I'm going to go to the market to look to seek resources, of a commercial nature, I have to ensure that over time, if I'm doing calculations, if I'm doing the feasibility of that, over time, the cost of the money I'm going to pay should be way, way less, to ensure that the return on that project should be higher to pay for the project to pay back itself. But then the money that we get from taxes and that, those should be able to accommodate socially desirable projects that are also good. So a good project is defined depending on the nature of financing. You can take in a socially desirable project, not because it has very good returns, but generally on the economy, it's multiplier impact in terms of sanitation, in terms of education, in terms of reducing crime rate is desirable. But if I'm going to go for commercial borrowing, I need those projects that will have a very high return on investment. There are several questions that are also rated around financing. There's brilliant, you did raise an issue of long-term financing. I told you that from the planning angle, the challenge we have seen, and I normally have this conversation with my colleagues in Ministry of Finance, the development challenge we haven't cracked the nut yet, is to ensure we have financing that works for this economy. What is this economy? This economy is one, as John put it, 80% private sector led. Two, they are mainly MSMEs. They are micro and small in nature. Three, it's a very risky economy. So if the conversation we are having with the banking nature system is that the model they are applying to the current economy, to a younger man like Brilliant, is the model that they want to apply to me, who is well established. They are applying a model that we call a premium lending model in a sub-premium lending market. They are applying a model that is for developed countries that assumes less risk in an economy where the risk is high. So the conversation we are having is how do we change the model to work with the type of the economy we have. We have risky people, they are farmers, They may not, they may have problems with the liquidity because of seasons. So that type of conversation is a conversation that we are trying to have to ensure we unlock the market. In fact, it's not that that model doesn't apply anywhere. HFSB, a global bank, applies a subprime lending model. It assumes its customers are risky. So it looks for those risky customers, but they have a way in which they de-risk. The way circles have managed to de-risk our customers. So what we are saying that, can we use that model that applies for the common Ugandan? To address longer-term financing, we need the pension reforms. And the pension reforms, currently you have NSSF being the dominant player in the market. We are saying, can we have other players in this market? Can we have a contributory public sector pension that is able to unlock and open up capital markets? Can I continue? Two more comments on this. One is, have we looked at the mineral resource? For your information, is that among the priorities, and this my PSST, Dr. Ramadhan Gobi, keeps talking about, the priorities we have in this tenfold are 8 M's, ATMs. Agriculture, tourism, minerals, science and technology. Now, why does mineral come in big? It's because we are supposed to use it to unlock the resources to develop the entire economy. Starting from the oil revenue that are likely to start close towards the end of this year, but we're also talking about gold, we are talking about iron and steel. How do we leverage them to ensure they unlock the resources that we need for future development? There's one person who talked about smart expenditure, how this looks like. I agree with you, is that our salary structure can go unruly, and there are conversations within the government to ensure that we have a commission that regulates salaries, an independent commission. That conversion is going on. There are also other reforms that were proposed from the planning angle. Some of them you have seen how government has recently rationalized. These rationalization processes are continuing to ensure that we cut the way we spend and ensure that exorbitant and wasteful expenditures are eliminated. Those conversions are going on within government to ensure that we deal with that. And I think on my part, that could be it.
Thank you very much for the elaborate response from Dr. Asumani Guloba. But I hope the audience, we are still together. Our discussion is on new phases of development assistance towards solidarity-based sustainable investments based on a logic of partnership. So whatever we are discussing, we are aware that ODA is decreasing in the multilateral sense. Can we have a discussion and a way forward so that we can build on partnership, investments that can be sustainable, investments that recognizes the fact that we need finances, but the multilateral aid is no longer coming as it used to be. So, Mark, you have some responses, and other panelists. Then we can take one or two more questions. Then we wind up. Thank you.
Thank you. I will take the question on microfinance institution and now to more broadly, actually, finance the private sector. So I would say, taking the figure of Dr. Guloba, that access to finance here in Uganda is quite low, as we know, as part of the access to credit, as part of the GDP, it's only 12-something%, which is quite low, meaning businesses in Uganda have difficulty accessing to finance to basically invest and grow. So that's a critical issue. And yes, this is actually one of the 3 priorities that Team France, under the leadership of the French ambassadors, has decided to have here in Uganda, is to precisely support the development of the private sector. Because we recognize that there is no development if there is no a private sector which is thriving, investing, in developing and trading. How do we do that? So for the Group AFD, we have 2 institutions. One is Proparco, our sister agency. They are based in Nairobi, but they're coming regularly here, and they can fund directly businesses. But they have to have a certain already level of development. But they are also financing commercial banks. And this is critical also because banks here in Uganda, they have to have access to passion financing, meaning a maturity of loans which is long enough to precisely invest in projects that have a longer return of investment, but also at lower interest rate than the current market here is providing. So Proparco is doing that with commercial bank. AFD is doing that with public bank. So we are also lending passion capital at concessional rate to public finance institutions that are then lending to their own clients at a good rate. But we also recognize the fact that there is a need for microfinance institution, and we have been working AFD with a bank which is now becoming Pride Bank, but it was before that Pride Microfinance. We've been working with Soluti, with Ugafod. So we have been providing also solution to access to finance because obviously financial inclusion is a critical issue here in Uganda, and this is also one of our mandates to fulfill it. So we have multiple ways of funding the economy through credit line to banks. But more broadly speaking, we have also, the French embassy has launched an initiative with Stanbic Incubator to precisely also support innovation and startups. Because this is one thing to support SMEs, and this is needed. For them to grow, they have to access finance, but it is also necessary to provide incentives, passion capital, or even seeds money for the startups of tomorrow. And here in Uganda, you are blessed with having a quite vibrant, innovative tech scene where you can find a lot of innovators. To the extent that we have also one of our initiatives of the Group AFD, which is called Digital Africa, that have already came 3 times here in Uganda to providing precisely that kind of seeds money and mentorship program for supporting startups. So we have, for the time being, I think this is 5 or 6 of them that are supporting by this initiative. So yes, we recognize the necessity to support the private sector in different ways, directly through equities or debt through our Proparco subsidiary, or through credit lines to banking institutions, or by supporting startups and the innovative ecosystem. And I would say just one more thing about smart spending. So there is a large effort by the government of Uganda, supported by some partners, developing partners, about what we call, again, this is some kind of a jargon of developer, which is called the public finance management. So there is a public finance management strategy in place in the government to precisely allocate better the spending, especially when it comes to investments, so that this is the right investment that are chosen, the one that are going to be having the best optimized return of investment. And we are supporting also the government in this project. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you so much. Mr. Zulu, you have something to say? Yes. Great. You're welcome.
Yes, thank you very much. There is a question that was put to me. I'll answer that, but I just want to highlight a couple of points, areas where we can all focus across the continent in terms of if ODA is going down, what should we look at? And I think we can look at multi-sector, multi-partner partnerships, in particular in the region, look at who can invest in the country from the region. So, technically, to use a UN language, we call it South-South cooperation. There are some economies here in the southern part of the globe that can invest in other southern economies. So we should take advantage of that in our partnership mix. including, of course, the North-South partnerships, FDI, private sector. We should focus also on private capital mobilization. I think that's imperative. And also on other forms of innovative financing, climate financing, for example. We should also look, in Africa, I mentioned that Africa has got United States dollars 1.3 trillion in pensions, in pension funds. That is patient capital. So, and some panelists have underlined the issue of patient capital. But we should also be laser focused on which are the sectors that will accelerate the implementation of the Sustainable Development Goals, the implementation or expedite development. Here we are talking about 10-fold growth plan. And in Uganda, you have identified the ATMs, agro-industrialization, tourism, mining, science, where there's technology and innovation in there. Globally, we've also identified the same area. That's why I keep on saying and underlining that national development plans are already aligned with the Sustainable Development Goals. And that we call them 6 transitions at the global level, at the UN level. And it's in these areas. Uganda and most African countries are really agro-based industries, economies rather. So we are talking about food systems, energy transition, focusing on renewable energy, technology. The UN can help. In Uganda, for example, like in other countries, we are carrying out a technology needs assessment that will encompass all the technological needs assessment driven by the grassroots that are required, so that we can move those bankable projects that NPA, for example, in this country is developing. Now, on smart spending, the issue of smart spending basically is an issue of governance. It's the issue of the social contract. It's the issue of the goodwill and the public goodwill. What is in the public good on how you spend money? So what have we been talking about? We've been talking with government. You say, what are we doing with government? We convene. I said the United Nations is very good at convening, bringing people together. So we are convening national policy dialogues around certain areas. And an area where it is important to convene is to talk about these very things that you raised. But I'll also add inefficient tax expenditures, transfer pricing in contracts, foreign direct investment contracts that erode your domestic resource mobilization potential, leakages, high extraordinary salaries. Sometimes people talk about corruption, etc., etc. These also have to be addressed. At the United Nations, we package them and call them illicit financial flows, where you overpay for a reason, under invoicing, over invoicing, and so on and so forth. So, but that is really an issue of governance. If you look at it, really, it is at the heart of it, the social contract. What are the rules? Are people playing by the rules of the game and of development? That is very important. On natural resources, it's again, look at the SDGs. They will give you very good answers on how you should develop gold, oil, gas. And usually we are saying it should be an accelerator. NPA, I just underlined that. And we talk about value addition, value chain addition, benefication. That is also important. So I think I will stop here and just underline that the United Nations is always with the people, with the governments, the member states of the United Nations, to support them based on norms and standards and on the technical expertise that the organization has. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Mr. Zulu. Nathalie?
So I will maybe answer a little bit on what is a good project. So we have answered on the technical part of what is a good project, on the financial part and so on, but maybe we can also have a step behind, because what is maybe missing for ODA today is a new narrative on why it's important. In high-income countries, we have such struggle to convince people again that it is beneficial not only for people receiving ODA, but also for the global world. And we should have this narrative on what is a good project, not because it's beneficial financially, but because it brings a new good future globally. And I think personally that at some point we start to think a little bit more on technical aspect to provide that, yes, it's effective, yes, it's cost effective, yes, we spend more, and we forget at some point the story behind what we are doing. Just another anecdote on this. On the flight to come in Entebbe, we have documentaries in the flight about EU projects, funded project by the EU. It was really on how they do it, how they fix the problem, and why they do it, and not on what it may transform the future for all people in the world, not only in the country obtaining funds. And if we want more fundings, I think we really need also to think on these narratives. ODD, MDG, Millennium Development Goal, did this in the beginning of the century with this new way to see development, and it was really helpful for the world. And I think we are struggling in this part.
Okay. Great, thank you very much. Anyone with any question which is not repeating what has been read? Yes. Maybe we can take 2 or 3 more questions and then we close this session. Should not be repeating anything that has already been asked? Yes. Ambassador, some important questions? Who is having the microphone? Please bring it to the front. Microphone, please.
Good afternoon. Thank you so much for the conversation and for... Sorry. Yeah, so my name is Edward Mwebaza, and I work for Human Rights Awareness and Promotion Forum. I wanted just to add something on the conversation, that as, of course, the truth is that funding has dwindled, like has been said, but as we reimagine the new funding modalities and also making sure that we increase focus on localization, and also the fact that we need to co-create investments in form of shared investments rather than just development assistance or assisting the poor or charity. We need also to pay very much attention that as this new mode of funding and direction comes in, we also risk to kind of like forget or negate important issues concerning participation, civic space, and the demonstration of dissent in governments. The funding modalities can risk also increasing state authority and trampling on the rights of those who are marginalized. So it is very important, therefore, that as we define and reimagine new ways of funding and generating resources, that we should not, for example, use sovereignty as a shield against scrutiny. You know very well aware that where we are, the government of Uganda specifically is proposing to a new law on sovereignty, which might in any way risk donors taking a step back from conditionalities, which is good, as we are saying, and also increasing country ownership. But then this will mean that governments might further reject human rights conditions as a foreign, looking at human rights as a foreign interference, and framing criticism as neocolonialism, and closing off international oversight mechanisms. So as we continue to reimagine, I just hope that governments and also development partners are aware of this reality, that this, we are going to risk development without democracy, so we have to be very, very strategic. So we need to redefine sovereignty to mean accountability to citizens, and not just autonomy from external factors or external actors. We need to protect civic space as a development condition, not just a donor condition, at global minimum standards. So in these conversations that we panic about funding, we also need to remember that these are key issues in development. If sovereignty is used correctly,
Thank you very much. Your point is well noted. Let's have a submission or a question from the ambassador, and then we come to the panel to give their closing remarks. Thank you.
Yes, thank you very much. In fact, I am the ambassador of France based in Uganda, but most of the time I feel like being an ambassador of Uganda in the world. So my question goes to you, in fact. We are now in a competitive world where the needs are everywhere and there is a lot of competition when talking to investors. How would Uganda brand itself when talking about its assets and attract, in fact, investors?
Thank you very much. I think in the interest of time, I will give opportunity to the panelists to answer some of the questions and at the same time give your closing remarks. I'll start with the UN resident coordinator, Mr. Zulu Leonard. You're most welcome.
Thank you very much. I think what we have to understand is maybe the way that the United Nations is organized is actually quite informative. That and the world countries also can look at that because they are the member states. Yes, it's important to deal with issues of law and order, security, peace, coexistence. That's very important. It's also important to deal with issues of development. And you will find that already in countries' national development plans, etc., and that is also important. But it's also important to deal with the issues of human rights. Because that you will, and sometimes it manifests itself in constitutions, Bill of Rights and so on, and that's also important to promote them, protect them, respect them, and fulfill them. When you put all of this together, you now start having a picture of sustainable development that leaves no one behind, that reaches those who are furthest behind first, that is inclusive, that promotes gender equality, that celebrates the diversity of communities, and that is also respectful of the dignity of the person. I think that, for me, is, if you say, what should a bankable project be, it should speak to those things. It should not trample on the human rights of people. It should not destabilize communities or their security or their dignity, and it should promote holistically their development in a sustainable way, making sure that everyone everywhere benefits from development. So that is my final message. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Mr. Mark Troyer.
So first, allow me not to answer the Ambassador of France question. I don't feel I am the best seated here to do so, but I'm sure others will do. And secondly, to fully endorse and support what Leonard Zulu, the UN resident coordinator, just said about what is sustainable development and how we should be framing our intervention and working with the authority here. Having said that, I have three short concluding remarks about the fact that this conversation was about the shift in aid assistance to something which looks like very more transactional now. And this leads me to also reflecting also a little bit on how an agency such as French Development Agency has been evolving in the way of naming what we call first our counterparts in a very technocratic way, then our clients, more a bank type of approach. And now we're trying and we're aiming at calling our clients friends. What does it mean to us? It means that basically confidence is the currency of relationship. We cannot have a partnership which is not based on trust, which is not based on confidence. And you have to build it. It is not given. And so, for instance, what we're trying to achieve here in Uganda is working with utilities that are our implementing partners by working with them in not only on project, but also on the way for them to be more sustainable, to improve their efficiency, to improve their productivity, to organizing exchange of expertise. And with the government, we are also trying to move from only a project-based approach to a more programmatic or even a policy-based approach so that we have more confident type of exchanges and discussions. Secondly, what we're doing is always for the benefit of the people. So when we are investing, and mostly the sector we're investing here in Uganda, are for the benefit of the people, and we are trying to demonstrate it each and every time. In water, access to water, in energy, access to energy, in sustainable urban development also, easing a lot of things that are linked to urban development. And then finally, we're trying to also have some ambition. The ambition of accompanying the government of Uganda in the climate transition, because climate change is a reality. It is a reality that is affecting us all, everywhere. And this is what we call a common public good that we have to deal with. And any investment made anywhere will have an impact everywhere. So this is also the ambition we have to accompany the government in the climate transition. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. We now turn to Professor Nathalie. You can answer some questions which were not answered, and then you also give your closing remarks.
So as an economist, I will not answer questions on governance and human rights, and I will not also answer questions on how we can brand Uganda, because it's my first time on Uganda and I still don't know enough as a country. However, I will discuss the fact that we need more interaction between research and policymakers. And this kind of conference is really important, both for us as researchers to really understand how the world works, because sometimes we are in our ivory tower working on figures, data, and forgetting the story behind these figures and this data. But also on the other side, we have the capacity normally to look at evidence, to tell people if the project, if the policy is well-grounded scientifically and academically. And we need more interaction, even if it's not easy, it's not comfortable at all not to be with a lot of researchers thinking the same way you think. And it's struggling really to do this exercise, but we need to do it. And I'm really happy that Makerere and the CARAS and the French Embassy do this kind of exercise.
Great. Thank you very much, Professor Nathalie. Now we turn to Dr. Asuman. Your closing remarks and answers to some questions which were not answered. Thank you.
My closing remarks will be in two areas. One, attempt to respond to what Ambassador has raised. Very pertinent and very valid issue. And it's an issue that has also been part of occupying our planning minds, branding Uganda. And just to put it simply, I think if I attempt, it's a shared responsibility between the nationals, between government, including the development partners. I'll start with the simplest one. You, the development partners, you have a role to be our ambassadors, the way she put it. Ambassador of Uganda to where you are coming from. But for you to be able to brand Uganda that way, we need to give you a product that you're able to brand. And that's where it comes to the nationals. Nationals, at least for people who know Uganda, we are very happy people, very welcoming people, but with one caveat. We need to be more trustworthy. Because that is a national value we need to inculcate to ensure that we build trust. Because if you are going to work with a private sector, private sector within other people, you need, when somebody trusts, you need to build that trust. And if Ugandans, we are good at taking shortcuts. We need to ensure when there is a straight line, you don't jump the line. Can we build those national values as nationals and be able to stick to them? Now, from the side of government planning, because we have been looking at branding mainly from the tourism side, and in the priorities I told you, we have been looking at it from tourism and also FDI side. And from the priorities that we have told you, one way of branding, we have said that we need to ensure that priority number one, ensure you sort out Greater Kampala metropolitan area. Why? It's the face. You can't tell somebody how good you are inside when you don't take care of your face. Or you can't tell somebody how the home is when the sitting room is ramshackled. So meaning that Kampala, with its poor drainage systems, with street kids, with all the disorderliness, with poor roads, is not the brand we need to brand. You need somebody to have what we refer to as the halo effect when you come to Uganda. Sort out Greater Kampala to ensure it provides the right image that brands Uganda the way it should be. So that's from the angle that we have been pushing it. That's why when you see markets being sorted out, the roads are being done, you find people complaining. But it has a key role in providing the image you want to provide as you brand the country. So just to attempt, is from government side, we have a key role, putting the right frameworks for both tourism and FDI, but the nationals also have a key role to play, not only to show that Ugandans are welcoming, but they have those national values of being hardworking and trustworthy that we need to bring out, but including also development partners. You need to be our ambassadors wherever you go. You come to Uganda, tell Ugandans this is the place to be. Last, and this goes on to the audience, but also to all people listening to us here in Uganda, on the audience and including the media and the Twitter, that we are implementing the National Development Plan towards ensuring that we multiply the current economy 10 times in 15 years. This National Development Plan for the first 5 years should be able to double the current economy. If we double it, the subsequent 5 years, we should double it. So if you double the current economy, which is about to 60 to 70 billion, you'll come to about 150 billion economy. Double it again, the other 5 years comes to about 300. If you double it, you are around 500 to 600 economy. That's the tenfold. My appeal to you, be part of the conversation. Read this, the NDP, understand the tenfold. Together, Ugandans, our partners, we can be able to deliver Uganda where I want to be. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. At this time, I want to take this opportunity to thank all the panelists for your insights, for your submissions and answering questions, and giving us what we need to know about the new phase of development assistance and the need for investments which are based on partnership and solidarity. I thank you very much for being active audience, and to the French Embassy, to Alliance Française, I say merci beaucoup, à bientôt. I'm a beneficiary of that program. Thank you very much.
Thank you. A round of applause for Dr. Oliema and the panelists. This was quite a powerful one, an insightful one. We request that you stand together for a group picture. And you know, as much as we're here talking about, you know, shifting away from traditional donor aid towards equal, mutually beneficial partnerships that support Africa's long-term development, this afternoon, in about an hour from now, the bill on protection of national sovereignty will be tabled in Parliament. We do not know the impact of that bill to all these discussions that we're having. We might have to host another conference to talk about it, but thank you very much. Thank you, dear panelists. Thank you. Dr. Gulova is saying that if there are any problems that arise after that bill, maybe we should look at it as an opportunity. But well, we'll see how that goes. Maybe too early to discuss it before we see how the public interacts with it. But thank you so much. It's time for lunch. During the lunchtime, we'll so you make sure that you eat your lunch real quick so we get here and witness the performance of Tracy Mellon, which will happen during the lunch break. The students, there's organized space on the outside there in the tent, while the guests and the VIPs and the panelists will have our lunch in the common room where you were ushered into before you came into the hall here. And in the afternoon, when we return at exactly 2 p.m., we'll kick off the conversation on Bretton Woods institutions reimagining the global financial architecture for African growth in a fractured world. So ladies and gentlemen, thank you for your attention. See you at exactly 2. I invite you for lunch for the students. On my extreme left, there's a tent. While the guests and the panelists that have been invited here, I invite you to the common room for lunch. May you have a good one, and see you at 2 p.m. Thank you.
I'm very pleased to once again co-host this prestigious conference together with the Embassy of France in Uganda, Makerere University and Alliance Française.
It's about debates, international debates to which it's about bringing a perspective from here. It's about having debates in the room.
As we debate how to protect and guarantee the safety of security and the security on our high seas, we have an even larger threat looming from misinformation powered by artificial intelligence.
Over the years, the KGC has discuss broad issues of African geopolitics. It brings together academics, but also artists and social figures, which is the mission of the Alliance.
How do we build a capable state in the DRC that can safeguard the territorial integrity of that country. And that includes ejecting groups that seek to destabilize neighbors.
And what we see in Congo actually stretches beyond Congo. It touches the whole continent, where you find different ethnicities divided by just the borders, and eventually you end up with what we are seeing.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to the Kampala Geopolitics Conference 2025.
It gives me pleasure to welcome you all to Makerere University this morning as we officially kick off the 8th edition of the Kampala Geopolitics Conference.
We as Konrad Adenauer Foundation are very pleased to once again co-host this prestigious conference together with the Embassy of France in Uganda, Makerere University and Alliance Française.
It's about debates, international debates to which it's about bringing a perspective from here. It's about having debates in the room.
As we debate how to protect and guarantee the safety of security and the security on our high seas, we have an even larger threat looming from misinformation powered by artificial intelligence.
Over the years, the KGC has become an institution in Uganda. It brings together intellectual academics to discuss broad issues of African geopolitics. It brings together academics, but also artists and social figures, which is the mission of the Alliance.
How do we build a capable state in the DRC that can safeguard the territorial integrity of that country? And that includes ejecting groups that seek to destabilize neighbors.
And what we see in Congo actually stretches beyond Congo. It touches the whole continent, where you find different ethnicities divided by just the borders, and eventually you end up with what we are seeing.
Enjoy the Kampala Geopolitics Conference. Long live it. And happy Kampala Geopolitics again. Thank you very much.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to the Kampala Geopolitics Conference 2025.
It gives me pleasure to welcome you all to Makerere University this morning as we officially kick off the 8th edition of the Kampala Geopolitics Conference.
We as Konrad Adenauer Foundation are very pleased to once again co-host this prestigious conference together with the Embassy of France in Uganda, Makerere University and Alliance Française.
It's about debates, international debates to which it's about bringing a perspective from here. It's about having debates in the room.
As we debate how to protect and guarantee the safety of security and the security on our high seas, we have an even larger threat looming from misinformation powered by artificial intelligence.
Over the years, the KGC has become an institution in Uganda. It brings together intellectual academics to discuss broad issues of African geopolitics. It brings together academics, but also artists and social figures, which is the mission of the Alliance. How do we build a capable state in the DRC that can safeguard the territorial integrity of that country? And that includes ejecting groups that seek to destabilize neighbors.
And what we see in Congo actually stretches beyond Congo. It touches the whole continent, where you find different ethnicities divided by just the borders, and eventually you end up with what we are seeing.
Enjoy the Kampala Geopolitics conference. Long live it. And happy Kampala Geopolitics again. Thank you very much.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to the Kampala Geopolitics Conference 2025.
It gives me pleasure to welcome you all to Makerere University this morning as we officially kick off the 8th edition of the Kampala Geopolitics Conference.
We as Konrad Adenauer Foundation are very pleased to once again co-host this prestigious conference together with the Embassy of France in Uganda, Makerere University and Alliance Française.
It's about debates, international debates to which it's about bringing a perspective from here. It's about having debates in the room.
As we debate how to protect and guarantee the safety of security and the security on our high seas, we have an even larger threat looming from misinformation powered by artificial intelligence.
Over the years, the KGC has become an institution in Uganda. It brings together intellectual academics to discuss broad issues of African geopolitics. It brings together academics, but also artists and social figures, which is the mission of the Alliance. How do we build a capable state in the DRC that can safeguard the territorial integrity of that country? And that includes ejecting groups that seek to destabilize neighbors.
And what we see in Congo actually stretches beyond Congo. It touches the whole continent, where you find different ethnicities divided by just the borders, and eventually you end up with what we are seeing.
Enjoy the Kampala Geopolitics conference. Long live it. And happy Kampala Geopolitics again. Thank you very much.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to the Kampala Geopolitics Conference 2025.
It gives me pleasure to welcome you all to Makerere University this morning as we officially kick off the 8th edition of the Kampala Geopolitics Conference.
We as Konrad Adenauer Foundation are very pleased to once again co-host this prestigious conference together with the Embassy of France in Uganda, Makerere University and Alliance Française.
It's about debates, international debates to which it's about bringing a perspective from here. It's about having debates in the room.
As we debate how to protect and guarantee the safety of security and the security on our high seas, we have an even larger threat looming from misinformation powered by artificial intelligence.
Over the years, the KGC has become an institution in Uganda. It brings together intellectual academics to discuss broad issues of African geopolitics. It brings together academics, but also artists and social figures, which is the mission of the Alliance.
How do we build a capable state in the DRC that can safeguard the territorial integrity of that country? And that includes ejecting groups that seek to destabilize neighbors.
And what we see in Congo actually stretches beyond Congo. It touches the whole continent, where you find different ethnicities divided by just the borders, and eventually you end up with what we are seeing.
Enjoy the Kampala Geopolitics conference. Long live it. And happy Kampala Geopolitics again. Thank you very much.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to the Kampala Geopolitics Conference 2025.
It gives me pleasure to welcome you all to Makerere University this morning as we officially kick off the 8th edition of the Kampala Geopolitics Conference.
We as Konrad Adenauer Foundation are very pleased to once again co-host this prestigious conference together with the Embassy of France in Uganda, Makerere University and Alliance Française.
It's about debates, international debates to which it's about bringing a perspective from here. It's about having debates in the room.
As we debate how to protect and guarantee the safety of security and the security on our high seas, we have an even larger threat looming from misinformation powered by artificial intelligence.
Over the years, the KGC has become an institution in Uganda. It brings together intellectual academics to discuss broad issues of African geopolitics. It brings together academics, but also artists and social figures, which is the mission of the Alliance.
How do we build a capable state in the DRC that can safeguard the territorial integrity of that country? And that includes ejecting groups that seek to destabilize neighbors.
And what we see in Congo actually stretches beyond Congo. It touches the whole continent, where you find different ethnicities divided by just the borders, and eventually you end up with what we are seeing.
Enjoy the Kampala Geopolitics conference. Long live it. And happy Kampala Geopolitics again. Thank you very much.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to the Kampala Geopolitics Conference 2025.
It gives me pleasure to welcome you all to Makerere University this morning as we officially kick off the 8th edition of the Kampala Geopolitics Conference.
We as Konrad Adenauer Foundation are very pleased to once again co-host this prestigious conference together with the Embassy of France in Uganda, Makerere University and Alliance Française.
It's about debates, international debates to which it's about bringing a perspective from here. It's about having debates in the room.
As we debate how to protect and guarantee the safety of security and the security on our high seas, we have an even larger threat looming from misinformation powered by artificial intelligence.
Over the years, the KGC has become an institution in Uganda. It brings together intellectual academics to discuss broad issues of African geopolitics. It brings together academics, but also artists and social figures, which is the mission of the Alliance.
How do we build a capable state in the DRC that can safeguard the territorial integrity of that country? And that includes ejecting groups that seek to destabilize neighbors.
And what we see in Congo actually stretches beyond Congo. It touches the whole continent, where you find different ethnicities divided by just the borders, and eventually you end up with what we are seeing.
Enjoy the Kampala Geopolitics conference. Long live it. And happy Kampala Geopolitics again. Thank you very much.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to the Kampala Geopolitics Conference 2025.
It gives me pleasure to welcome you all to Makerere University this morning as we officially kick off the 8th edition of the Kampala Geopolitics Conference.
We as Konrad Adenauer Foundation are very pleased to once again co-host this prestigious conference together with the Embassy of France in Uganda, Makerere University and Alliance Française.
It's about debates, international debates to which it's about bringing a perspective from here. It's about having debates in the room.
As we debate how to protect and guarantee the safety of security and the security on our high seas, we have an even larger threat looming from misinformation powered by artificial intelligence.
Over the years, the KGC has become an institution in Uganda. It brings together intellectual academics to discuss broad issues of African geopolitics. It brings together academics, but also artists and social figures, which is the mission of the Alliance.
How do we build a capable state in the DRC that can safeguard the territorial integrity of that country? And that includes ejecting groups that seek to destabilize neighbors.
And what we see in Congo actually stretches beyond Congo. It touches the whole continent, where you find different ethnicities divided by just the borders, and eventually you end up with what we are seeing.
Enjoy the Kampala Geopolitics conference. Long live it. And happy Kampala Geopolitics again. Thank you very much.
morning, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to the Kampala Geopolitics Conference 2025.
It gives me pleasure to welcome you all to Makerere University this morning as we officially kick off the 8th edition of the Kampala Geopolitics Conference.
We as Konrad Adenauer Foundation are very pleased to once again co-host this prestigious conference together with the Embassy of France in Uganda, Makerere University and Alliance Française.
It's about debates, international debates to which it's about bringing a perspective from here. It's about having debates in the room.
As we debate how to protect and guarantee the safety of security and the security on our high seas, we have an even larger threat looming from misinformation powered by artificial intelligence.
Over the years, the KGC has become an institution in Uganda. It brings together intellectual academics to discuss broad issues of African geopolitics. It brings together academics, but also artists and social figures, which is the mission of the Alliance.
How do we build a capable state in the
mission of the Alliance.
How do we build a capable state in the DRC that can safeguard the territorial integrity of that country? And that includes ejecting groups that seek to destabilize neighbors.
And what we see in Congo actually stretches beyond Congo. It touches the whole continent, where you find different ethnicities divided by just the borders, and eventually you end up with what we are seeing.
Enjoy the Kampala Geopolitics Conference. Long live it. And happy Kampala Geopolitics again. Thank you very much.
Nice. I know what to do when you put it on me. Go, 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 go,
T. T.
Tracy Mello, baby, whatever it is, yeah.
Feeling everybody.
Nice. I know what to do when you put it on me. I know what to think when you never come by. I know what to do when you put it on me. Put it on me in my territory. Never do me that.
Se cima da casa, ever see me call a bacon down to me. Era sana dizer, kagurelo mukwano, tawari da wakoga mutano base, lalo base nese goda mashe.
Kana na bikola for my baby. Kana,
but you want to go in me.
Kana,
only too much for na dede.
Kana,
but you want to go in me.
only too much for na dede. Go on we gala, we gala.
You can sing with me, say
Kola chemo chako wa confident. Bile kemyo zanye mi have to get.
Look at the love one way
ticket. But what you manya chone kapite.
Cause I know that if I know you, I know. And so it's loko kwe agalira
Tachinkoya.
Ulogi wa mukwano You're my antidote. Say follow me now, you know the ladder.
You know the vow,
I know the altar.
Baby zekagati you are.
Baby kutoka kwa begata.
Kakana, neze kakana. Kakana.
You know me calling for my baby.
Kakana.
But you want to go and meet him, baby.
Kakana.
But it's too much for na dede. But you want to go and meet him, baby. But it's too much for na dede.
Go on and kuya gala, we gala.
We gala. Tawagala kambe. Sing with me, say I can't hear you guys. Say,
follow me now. You know the ladder. You know the vow.
I know the altar.
Baby zekagati
you are my bata.
Baby alibi
kutoka kwa begata.
Kakana.
Kakana. How you guys feeling, everybody? Good afternoon. Once again, my name is Tracy Mellon, and I'd like to apologize for coming in late. I'm really sorry, but nevertheless, the party has to continue, so DJ, take it away. If you know a song, you can feel free to sing with me. Feel free to get up and dance, yeah? Let's go, let's go, let's go, say, Palo Colavo. Got them manito international, baby. Pavoko, Pavoko, Pavoko. Banabolo Gambo. Gazi Ramanyito Gochira. Simani Via Bangula, Nayogwe. Should I just put you on, baby? Kagarema Zimo Sagara Chicha, Wankora, 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 Samaniza.
Sima, sima vya wakora.
Hey.
Moringi ya mkwano. Sima, sima.
Nice. Moringi ya mkwano.
Sima, sima vya wakora.
Hey, Sumagiza. Moringi ya mkwano. Sumagiza.
No kautu bulabe. Achani mbasame mtubalabe bidabe. Sumagiza. Chewa kola chabulabe. Era neshimpe uranga sente za mugabe.
Finish singing yango wachirabe. Yango wachirabe.
Tunategesa miti.
Nani. Nenanyini kabodi kanyomina fiti.
Natamani vya cheatingi.
Hey. Should I just put you on, baby? Kagarema simu. Kagarema simu. Wango wa Sumagiza. Moringi ya mkwano. Sumagiza. Moringi ya mkwano. Wango wa Sumagiza. Moringi ya mkwano. Sumagiza. Moringi ya mkwano. baloko, baloko. Mpavoko. Abagezi bamanyi tuguchirira. Another builder, simanyi byabwengula. Tegusalibwa kuba. Should I just put you on? Kwegamba bagala bakube ku picture. Kagare masimu sagala chicha. Wako musumagiza. Muringi umukwano. Sumagiza. Muringi umukwano. Wanko sumagiza. Sumagiza. Muringi Sima, wanko sumagiza. Muringi umukwano. Sumagiza. Do I have Baganda ladies and gentlemen? Baliwa Banang. Are you there? Do you know how to dance Maganda? I want a representative vote too. Please. We're going to be dancing some Maganda. Who else? Who else? Yeah? Who? Sebalamo. Ay. Sebalamo aliwa banange. Simulawa banange. Where is he? What color is he wearing? Sebalamo doesn't look like he wants to come up. Do you? Tumaleke, ladies together. DJ. We're going up.
Chemical beats. I got to tell you, I'm a kwano kunyuma. Nebi no ma, olo monzebi wana. Olo sina sasula na babanja bawe. Even to you, I'm a kwano kunyuma. You never give me bad energy. You never hurt me, can't get it. Body must be smooth and get it. Go no kwano, semo can you get it? Osinga na kasana opaka. Era no na kulero lulanga. Zagalo mokwano go.
You guys need to clap for us to alive. Thank you. Let's go shake. To say, Olomba kwano fetu sese, Zizagala labu yanku enganya, everybody bisawanya. I want to give you my apology, cause when I go on it is so far away. Say, go back or sing another sana. Thank you. Ola mumi mo kwano go. Nolo na kola mo kwano go. Ola mumi mo kwano go. Come give me love. Ola mumi mo kwano go. Nolo na kola mo kwano go. Ola mumi. Come give me. Come get your love. Yeah. Thank you so much. Thank you. A round of applause for these beautiful ladies. Thank you so much. DJ. Tota. If you know this one, I want you to sing along with me. Tota, tota. Are you ready? Say whatever, my baby. Come on, baby. Return and send the Cindy. Hey, call I am better. Me actually kupende. So, cause you're good for my soul and my body. Come on, you could sing it. Kwagarira mabuli. And they come be your wife and your side dish. The como kwana go kwe. Yes, I don't hear. Say. Thank you. Give a big color. Kusari Kuba. Omanyo kwa galo manyo kulumi. Kasatere kutuma. Niwa kubate. Omanyo kwa galo manyo kulumi. Kutisa kwa mugumi. Kasatere kutuma. Niwa kubate. Hey boy, you come first, you will never last. Never have created, then you are generous. Come close and make me pause. Make me pause, make me pause, make me pause, make me pause. Say, cause what your darling did. You're coming up when I'm watching him on my indie. That's why you're falling deep. Say, so can you now love me? Can you please let me touch you? Blow you like a trumpet, yeah. Kulusozi, ate tota, kuwana ye tota. Biba bikolo atota. Kusabye kuba, omanye. Tota. Omanyo kwagala, omanyo kulumya. Kutisa kwa mugumya. Kastatera kutuma. Niwankubade. Tota. We're going to sing together. Tota. You're going to help me say. Thank you so much. But a round of applause. Sibiango, singing is not easy. Thank you, DJ. I want to introduce to you my new song. It's called Tonalaba. When you get time, please listen to it. Say, do it. Black beauty na kutafuta. I need you here. This is an emergency. Omanyako waiting, omanyako mabati. Sing on me, skin to skin. Wanna win sola. Sit bado, dry on a baby. Ula give you tonalaba. Tini ya faraga. Tonalaba. Bado, dry on a baby. Ula give you tonalaba. Tonalaba, say. Naba tonaba, chimanye sinaba. Wabala bientagala, etomo lady wanje bebe, hineri nyuma. Kuwata kariri kambege, sakula sania, say. We both want it. I'm totally inside of your body. But I'm away. Kusamo mi bado jai on a baby. Kula kemo tonalaba. Tonalaba. Bado jai on a baby. Kula kemo tonalaba. Kini ya faraga. Tonalaba, Say, tonaba, kubyendira mukwano ngamba, chimanyi sinaba, naye kuchendabye wabala. Say, tonaba, kubyendira mukwano ngamba, chimanyi sinaba, naye kuchendabye wabala. Let me touch over there. I'm a car to go. Yeah. I say, Tonalaba. Yeah. Thank you, Tracy Mellon. I want to sing this one with you. I've been seeing you. Zangu. Are you ready? Mapenzi lako niko kali kama nyembe. Kichwani yanapita na nipiga kama pombe. Don't wanna shut to mommy fast and shut to daddy last. No find you my twetwale. All in my better half at you to bed. Take on my watch and be to rest on the bed. Ale. Cause I'm a quite a Jonesy mula. One thing cooler. I'm running my shower no simula. Yeah. No see too loud, baby. Oh. Nakugalira mu mutima munda tobayo. Kankwagale. Kati kankwagale n'ebitaliyo. Nakugalira mu mutima munda tobayo. Kankwagale. Kati kankwagale n'ebitaliyo. You give me everything and you don't say I must give you back. Mulirani, boy, you're so good. Tell me why would I choose to be bad? Baby, tell me. Never took out the way that you go back to Kariba. Some sonny one the city call a dadida. Never took out the one the cigar kukuba. Mutima gukupenda kwenina mchifuba. Kwenina sitya. Thank you so much. A round of applause for him, Bambi. DJ, like a butterfly, banetega. Nice again, Nina Mama Sai. And Jessica. Thank you so much. Tracy Mellon. Sing with me, guys. Like a butterfly. Nice again, Nina Mama Sai. Sinzabata. And Jessica. Nishimani Bagamba. Let's go. Let's go. Ogenda kushira. Ogenda kumanya ntirinima. Okwagala omulunzi nganze. Ojja kushira ba. Say. Abakonza bali kusonyiwa. Webananda bwe baterebuka. Okwagala omulunzi nganze. Ojja kushira ba. Ogenda kuyoya buli kyosanze. Buli lunaku ewange sande. Gusebameka ngamba omugate. Buno obulungi bulwadde. Sikulimba sinti tolaba. Ze wantunuulira ensonyi. Bwe tuba sinema yenga tema. Ez'omukwano ogenda kushira. Okwagala omulungi ngaze. Ojja kushiraba. Abakubanza bali kusonyiwa. Bwe banganda bali baterebuka. Okwagala omulungi. Ojja kushiraba. Thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you.
Chimanyi bagamba nti abalonzi si b'amaddu gatoleta kanzunzu toniza yali byange si byamangu
ogenda
baby ntibinyuma ngaze ojja kukiraba abakubanja kabatusonyiwe okwagala nunginyaze ojja kukiraba oh yeah ogenda kukiraba baby oh yeah.
A round of applause for these beautiful ladies. Thank you so much. Thank you so much for having me. I love you guys very much. Have a good afternoon.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to the Kampala 1, 2. Ladies and gentlemen, good afternoon. I hope you enjoyed your lunch. If there are any people who are outside the room that are already done with their lunch, kindly request that you make it back to the room so we can get into our second panel. And for those of you that missed the first panel was on the new phases of development assistance towards solidarity-based sustainable investments based on a logic of partnerships. We had a very, very insightful panel, and the discussion really highlighted the call for a shift away from traditional donor aid towards equal, mutually beneficial partnerships that support Africa's long-term development, especially in a changing global environment. That was from one of our panelists, Mark Trier from AFD, France in Uganda. Then Dr. Natalie emphasized really private sector as a driver of growth. She emphasized that the private sector is critical for innovation and economic development. However, she also noted that there are challenges in both supply and demand that continue to limit access to development financing. Also had the UN resident coordinator, Leonard Zulu, who really highlighted UN's role in bringing together development partners to help countries achieve the SDGs. He also pointed to debt swaps linked to viable, bankable projects as a practical way to finance development. From the National Planning Authority, we had Dr. Asuman Glover, who stressed that well-prepared and bankable projects are essential for attracting foreign direct investment. But he also emphasized that with strong investable projects, African economies can tap into global private capital. However, he said that this requires deliberate support to build the capacity of the private sector. So overall, the discussion really explored how to rethink development assistance at a time when global aid is shrinking and geopolitics is shifting with what is happening everywhere in the world, the Middle East, the Horn of Africa, and also the discussion also emphasized the need to pool resources, strengthen collaboration between public and private actors, and move towards partnerships that respect national priorities. Ladies and gentlemen, the second panel, by the way, if you are out for lunch and you missed the performance by Tracy Mellon, that was quite a good one. Now, on the second panel this afternoon, it's going to be on Bretton Woods institutions. We're going to understand what those institutions are, especially with the IMF and the World Bank. So, reimagining the global financial architecture for African growth in a fractured world. And ladies and gentlemen, to moderate this, welcome with me Professor Ibrahim Okumu. Professor Ibrahim Okumu is an associate professor and the dean of the School of Economics at Makerere University. He's a very respected academic administrator and has led numerous initiatives to enhance the quality of economic research and graduate training in East Africa. A round of applause for Prof. Okumu. He will be moderating this conversation, and let me welcome the first panelist, Associate Professor Mindra Katorogo, who is an associate professor and the deputy principal of Makerere University Business School, MUBS. She's an accomplished academic leader and is recognized for her contributions to business education and institutional management. Perfect for the panel. And also on the panel is Dr. Marion Ferry. Marion Ferry is an assistant professor of economics at University Gustave Eiffel and a researcher at the research team on risk institutions and social organization. As a public author, a prolific author, has contributed to international debates on financial transparency and global governance. Welcome with me, Dr. Ferry. Also on the panel is Professor Fred Matovu. He's a professor of health economics in the School of Economics at Makerere University, a senior scholar, and has served as a consultant for numerous international organizations on health policy and social protection. Welcome with me, Professor Matov. And later on, Alan Senyondwa, the Director, Policy, Uganda Manufacturers Association, will be joining us in just a bit as we get into our opening remarks with the panel. He will be joining us in just a bit. So, Professor, please take it away.
I'll stand on the existing protocol. Good afternoon, everybody here today.
Good afternoon.
Once again, my name is Ibrahim Michael Kumu. I substantively the Dean School of Economics, and I'm also honored to be a professor of economics here at Makerere University. Today, we are to speak about the Bretton Woods institutions, reimagining the global financial architecture for African growth in a fractured world. For those that are not in the field of economics, political science, or otherwise, typically when we speak about the Bretton Woods institutions, we are referring to the World Bank Group and the IMF. But I will begin with a fact. Uganda is allocating over 30% of its domestic revenue to debt servicing. Not investment, not transformation, but repayment. Thank you. In advanced economies, debt finances expansion. In many developing countries like ours, it increasingly finances survival. And so the question before us is not whether Uganda should borrow. All developing countries must. The deeper question is the system enabling transformation of financing dependency? Because when a Ugandan manufacturer cannot access affordable credit, when a young graduate enters a financial system and encounters constraints they were never fully prepared for, when governments negotiate with external lenders under asymmetric conditions, and when global shocks, whether climate or financial, immediately compress domestic policy space, then we are no longer speaking about isolated challenges. We are speaking about a system that connects the factory floor in Kampala to global capital markets, a system that connects the classroom to the boardroom, a system that connects sovereign decisions to the everyday realities of farms and households. Today's panel approaches this system from 4 vantage points. Business, but from the outside while looking inside. And then we have Professor Fred Matovu, my teacher, sir, from the School of Economics. He brings deep expertise on Uganda's macroeconomic realities, debt dynamics, fiscal policy, and public investment. He will help us anchor this discussion in numbers and in the choices Uganda faces as it navigates growth, borrowing, and opportunities ahead. We equally shall wait for Alan. Alan is on his way, but of course he will bring on board the expertise from the industrial sector, and as and when he comes on board, we shall engage. So the opening question will go to Professor Katorogo. You train the next generation of business and finance leaders at MOOCs. When your students graduate and go out into the Ugandan economy, into banks, into government, into the private sector, so to speak, what is the single biggest financial obstacle they encounter that you may wish you could have better prepared them for? And is that obstacle something we created ourselves or something imposed on us from the outside? Thank you. In 5 minutes, please.
Okay. Thank you, moderator. One, for the kind introduction. And I want to thank Makerere University and the organizers for this event, for the opportunity to contribute to this conversation. The question you ask is at the heart of what we do as a business school and as teachers. When we speak about the challenges, there are quite many that our graduates experience, especially when they go out there. They span from the expectations within the workspace or the entrepreneurial space that they enter into, from the system that they find, the confidence that they carry. But when we pose a submission from the financial space, it is not because they don't have capital or money, but it is because of the mispriced risks that they actually find in the space. They'll get into the private sector, the public sector, the entrepreneurial space, the hustle economy as we call it now, and what they find is mispriced risk. You get into there with ideas, creators and innovators, and these young people are really creators and innovators. At the business school, we've seen this happen. But that inability to challenge mispriced risk when they want to access money, when they want to tag themselves to a financier to bring their idea to life, that's what we probably don't teach. We'll let them graduate with financial skills, with the ability to understand money, entrepreneurial skills at the business school. We'll teach computer skills, we'll teach marketing, we'll teach accounting, financial management, everything that they need, and they'll come out great graduates. But that risk, then they get into these workspaces or these entrepreneurial spaces, and then they just find a system that has constructed us as a volatile economy, as a rigid economy that doesn't allow them to function. So when many of these graduates come, they have ideas that end up dying because they have no one to elevate them into what they would want to see. So that kind of space where Uganda is inherently branded risky or volatile, where even private sector begins to get into default that our young graduates are risky. So that's where the problem is. So there is no opportunity to even develop. There is no opportunity to see projects to fruition. So for me, mine is that inability to actually challenge the status quo is the major problem, not the failure to access credit. So the question goes, is it externally influenced or self-influenced? I think both are right, because we operate in global market, a global market which operates the way it negotiates. You find financial institutions operating using traditional methods of assessing projects, of assessing the graduates, of looking at innovation, of looking at the business idea that has been brought to the table. So what we see is the global markets have also looked at Africa or Uganda as a volatile place. So we tend to function that way. So that is external influence in the way we view such ideas, such our systems, but also then it naturally rubs off on the way an individual or a graduate actually looks at themselves. So internally it's reinforced by bringing on board mediocrity, not ensuring that projects or business ideas are high value, maybe not being able to plan, to present business plans that are intriguing enough to attract financing. So it all comes into play. And then there are limited financing models that support the graduates, especially as they start at incubation until they are able to support growth of these enterprises. So the answer is yes, both external and internal influencers put together, they reinforce the financing challenge, but also that inability to interrogate and change the narrative of mispriced risk and then continue to be affected by it. If you look at enterprises now in Uganda, for instance, they borrow at 18 to 25%, and we've accepted it. So who is supposed to change that narrative? Businesses have withstood COVID. They've withstood inflation. Now it's stable. They've withstood different crises, currency volatility. Is that risk or is it resilience? So why don't we start to look at these ideas as resilient and prospective as opposed to volatile, risky, and a space that financial institutions or financials cannot support? So for me, that's where the graduates continue to find challenges. If we look at government securities now, they're outpacing giving value of almost 14%. They're crowding out private sector lending. So who is going to finance the ideas of the young people? They are also contributing to the cost of capital. So it is all inherent, but it always ends up the cost of capital is high, but who is responsible for that? So that is where I tend to convince myself that it is not cost of capital, it's not lack of access to capital, but it is the mispriced risk that is creating this whole misunderstanding and failure of the confidence for these graduates to thrive and to see their projects to fruition. So as I end that, I think what I would want our young people to be taught, or for us to pay attention to as we empower them with various skills, is to enable them to be able to interrogate the status quo, but also to be able to understand the extent to which they can renegotiate their contribution or their ideas, but also to begin supporting young people to understand that we can begin the journey to redesign these systems that have inherently disabled the success or the ability to see these ideas and these abilities of the graduates and the young people that we churn out every year to fruition. Thank you.
Appreciate so much. Alan, I know that you came in a bit late on account of responsibilities elsewhere. Alan substantively is the Director Policy at Uganda Manufacturers Association, and it's important that you set the stage regarding the private sector, and the question goes, Uganda has resources, minerals, agricultural produce and talented people, yet when you walk through Kampala's industrial area, a lot of what we are doing is still sending raw materials and buying finished products back at a much higher price. From your work with the manufacturers every day, why does that keep happening, and whose fault is it really?
I hope I'm being heard. Thank you very much, Dr. Okumu. Allow me to start that question from the perspective of where we've come from. we have seen that over the period of the last 10, 15 years, the industrial sector has grown on average 4 to 6%, or anywhere between there. And we have also seen that the industrial sector has grown, from anywhere of 4,000 right now, anywhere between 8,000 and 9,000 industries. Now, from a historical perspective, we have been an agro country, and therefore our main exports have been around commodities. But what we are beginning to see is that much as the imports are still rising, the exports are also rising steadily. As we speak, we have managed to have value-added exports, or what you call manufactured value-added exports, rise from a petty 4% in the early 80s, right now at 20%. So there is growth. However, we are not, the value-added exports are not yet dominating. It is still importation that is dominating. So the question at large is, what must we do? We must be deliberate in what we do. The industrialization policy must be made firm. We must keep adding value to a lot of things that we do, right from coffee, cotton, tea, and all the traditional commercial goods to the non-traditional commercial goods. We must be deliberate in ensuring that whatever we export has value add. So basically, it is about development, and growth is a deliberate thing. And we've just been told the challenges that we do face in the country: high interest rates, electricity costs, logistical costs, and on and on and on. But if you are to lament, you may not end the lamentations. What you have to do is be deliberate and begin to push. So our concentration is around the major items. We are now seeing growth in iron and steel. We have now touched at least 35 industries in that sector. We are seeing a lot of movement in the textile sector. We are other fundamental growths in the cement and construction, especially in the construction area. There is movement. And we are going to be seeing a lot of changes, especially as we go on in the NDP4.
Thank you. Marine, you studied these issues from outside of Africa, and we want to use that vintage position. Typically, when European economists and policymakers talk about Africa's debt situation, we know that it's behind closed doors. What is the honest conversation? Do they genuinely believe that the current system is fair, or is there a quiet acknowledgement that the rules were written in Europe's favor? Thank you.
Thanks a lot very much for the introduction, for the question, and also thanks to the organizer for having invited me to this panel. I think, first of all, I'm going to answer as an economist talking to economists. Yeah. First of all, so what I've seen from my own point of view in conferences where we're exchanging with other economists, I think our argument and our judgment of this situation as researcher is purely data-driven. So we're just looking at the facts, at the evidence that we're seeing out there, and I would say that there is a general consensus about the unfairness of the actual system. We can see that with multiple empirical evidence that the system is not in favor in terms of financing of those that need the most of financing, because those countries are usually those that pay the most the access to this financing. And if I want to take a bit of historical perspective regarding the evolution of this financial architecture, I would say that the situation as it has been over the last decade is dramatically different to what we have seen in the early 2000s, for instance. where most of the debt was contracted to official creditors at a really cheap cost, even though there were also some conditionality that could be discussed in terms of efficiency, in terms of ownership of the funds by the debtor countries. But this financing was quite cheap, and through the years it evolved to a situation as it is of today, where most of the debt is contracted to private creditors. If you just look at the numbers from the last, for instance, UN report on debt, I think that between 2000 and 2003, for instance, if you look at the public debt in Africa, on average, 42% of this debt is owed to private creditors. But the nature of the private creditors has also changed as compared to what it was in the 80s and in the early 90s. Now those private creditors are mostly bondholders, while back in the time it was mostly private companies and direct loans, which completely shift the situation and the way of finding solutions as compared to what it was before in the 80s. So 42% of the debt contracted to private creditors, and this debt is largely more expensive than what those countries actually borrow from bilateral donors and multilateral donors. If you just take a look at those figures, still, on average, African countries on bonds, the interest rate is around 9.8%. While it is 7% for Latin American and Caribbean countries, 5.5% for Asian countries. Now you might think that it is because the underlying economy is not the same. But in the existing literature, we have papers showing that, and I'm going to try to not be too often an economist, so not talking about econometrics. But these analyses shows that when you control and you compare these spread on the bonds, and you control for these differences in terms of, for instance, GDP growth rate, the size of the population, the sector allocation of the economic activity within countries, balance of payments, public deficit, when you control for all of that, and you add a variable that denotes whether or not the countries are from sub-Saharan Africa, this coefficient is positive, meaning that everything else equal with the same economic issues of strength, sub-Saharan African countries systematically pay a higher premium for absolutely no economic ground. So this is something that we are quite aware of in the academic community, I would say. For the other part of the question that relates to what or whether the discussion are honest with the policymaker, I can tell. Why that? Because I'm not invited to cross that closed doors. So I don't know what he's saying in the on the other side of the door. But I think that there have been some acknowledgement from the policymakers in OECD economies that indeed the situation is not fair, that the way and the burden that these financial private institutions are putting so much debt burden on those countries is unfair. Now, to know whether or not they genuinely believe and they are genuinely willing to change the situation, I think, since I don't know what is basically said behind this closed door, I think one way of assessing whether or not their position is honest and they want to change something is to look at the initiatives that have been implemented. And in terms of initiatives, there have been few over the last years, I would say. I could come back to that later on because it also relates some other questions that I will probably address. But if you look, for instance, at the GSSI initiative, the Debt Service Suspension Initiative, where the payments towards the official creditor was suspended, it was present value neutral, so it wasn't really helped, just postponing the repayments to the official creditors. We can see that this system that was implemented back then wasn't fair once again, because by not paying the bilateral creditors, it was yet, okay, providing fiscal space to fight the pandemic, but also to repay the private creditors. And they were aware about that. The only thing that's whether they were aware about that and whether they wanted to do something about it, it's complicated because, as I said, those private creditors are tough to deal with. The only thing that they can do is to invite them to the table of negotiation, and those private creditors basically refused most of the time. And so maybe, and I will stop there, another thing that can translate this continuous effort, probably from these European countries, but I will also put in the same basket the Northern American countries and Japan, is this new initiative, not that new, the common framework that tries to go beyond this ESSI and to really force the private creditors to join the table in order to make indeed those negotiations between the debtor countries and the creditors more fair and more transparent and more equitable between all of the stakeholders. Yet, at the moment, what we can see again, fact-based, it is too slow, with not enough results. I mean, the common framework has been launched maybe in 2021, 22. At the moment, even though the number of countries at a high risk of debt distress has continuously increased over the last years, the number of countries that have benefited from this common framework, only 4. Ghana, Zambia, Ethiopia, and Chad. And that's all. So I think, yeah, the consensus is that among economists and researchers, since we're just looking at the fact, is that this is quite unfair, acknowledged by the policymakers. Whether or not something is going to change about that, I cannot tell right now.
Thank you, Marine. Professor Matovu, let's bring the conversation home. Uganda has been borrowing heavily for roads, for the oil pipeline, and for other energy projects. The government's argument is that you have to borrow to build, and the investments will pay for themselves. A skeptic could say we are accumulating debt. We're accumulating debts our grandchildren will be paying. Who is right? And how do we as citizens tell the difference between good borrowing and dangerous borrowing? In 5 minutes, please. Thank you.
Thank you, moderator. Let me, before I attempt to answer, join my colleagues to thank the organizers for inviting me to contribute to this debate. This is a good question, and it ties well with the discussion we had this morning around the different architecture around ODA. And governments, just like companies and individuals, borrow because and when they have not enough capital to make the necessary investments. So investments in infrastructure are important to set the foundation for growth, for productivity, and also importantly to enable the public to provide the social services they require and the private sector to grow. True, there is what you would call bad debt and good debt. But for me, when it comes to the discussion about debt, I think there are 3 fundamental questions. First, is Uganda using the board funds in investments with a good value for money? That is one question we have to think about, both in terms of economic and social return on investment. The second issue is, are we using board funds prudently with the minimum leakages? Because if we're not doing that, then the use for which we are borrowing will not be realized. The third thing is, are these loans affordable? And by affordability, I mean low interest rate, longer term, given the nature of the investment, because we're dealing with the infrastructure with a long payback period, and within the context within which we're borrowing, especially regarding to the capacity to pay back these loans. What is our tax to GDP ratios are? In the financial year 2024-25, 52% of total debt was domestic debt. And we know what the domestic debt is about. It is expensive. As Associate Professor Katorogo pointed out, it also crowds out private lending because the government also borrowing from the financial institutions. So that's not cheap debt. It is expensive for government, And in the same financial year, up to 30% of tax revenues went to paying interest payments. So that is another dimension. Is debt good or bad? Are we able as citizens to tell whether the debt is good or borrowing in what you call dangerous? What do the ordinary citizen need? I think they need services. If government were to borrow and provide these services, even if it means the future generations are going to pay, as long as the investments for which we are borrowing can repay, that's not a problem. I think the dissatisfaction with the citizen is reading the papers and getting policy statements from finance about the borrowing that's going on, which does not reflect improvement in social services. So the service gap brings this discussion, this content within the citizen about why are we borrowing when we're not seeing changes in the quality of services we're getting from government. And that's where the problem is. So debt sustainability, and that's where I have a different view about our colleague from NPA, who in this morning was telling us that Uganda's debt is sustainable. My contention is it's only seen as sustainable because we're using the wrong type of indicators. Tax to GDP is not a good indicator of debt sustainability. I can argue that. But just say, why don't we use alternative indicators like debt to tax? Because tax revenue explains your capacity to repay, and therefore should be a much closer, reasonable indicator. But that's another discussion. I think that's what I could say.
Thank you very much, Professor Matovu. Professor Katroga, I'll come back to you. There is a saying that goes, when you owe the bank a little money, you have a problem. When you owe the bank a lot of money, the bank has a problem. Uganda and many African countries now owe so much to international lenders that you'd think the lenders will be worried. Yet it is still Uganda that has to accept the lender's conditions, not the other way around. Why does the power still sit with the lender, and what would it actually take to change that balance? 5 minutes, please.
Thank you. The other part you missed is usually the person with the money has usually the power to speak, even in our communities. Back to the question, the issue of who has the power, or the power still sits in the lender's hand, that is going to be the narrative for a while until we do a few things. You know, debt, especially sovereign debt, is not, even here, our financial institutions here, debt is not just the institution giving you money. It's the lender has the information. The lender is the one that coordinates the process of borrowing. The lender determines the rules of the game, especially when you're desperate. The conditions for which you're borrowing are determined by the lender. These days, the ratings, the risk perception lies in the eyes of the beholder, the lender. The coordination, the whole institutional framework of lending, borrowing, is a coordinated system. Then what happens when an individual or an economy or a country goes to borrow from that lender? We go as individuals, isn't it? We go as individuals. We go as desperate individuals. We cannot negotiate. Remember, an individual versus a system, how much are you going to negotiate? Then we go in a reactive manner. It's just a real follow-up from Professor Matovu's submission. We've convinced ourselves that to develop, we must borrow, which is okay, especially if you're going to constructively or prudently use it. So in this case, we also borrow under pressure. So when you have these three dimensions playing out as you negotiate, it means that the lender will still have power over you because they've determined the risk from their perspective. They're the ones who've determined the rules of the game, and they are coordinating it. So when we bring that down to sovereign debt, we see that even sovereign credit ratings are determined from the borrower's perspective. They're the ones who determine the borrowing costs, not the actual economic fundamentals, which he has rightly indicated. So at that point, that perception becomes policy. And that is what we actually use in terms of not even negotiating, but taking what has been done. So the point here is, as we think through sovereign debt and that relationship between the lender and the borrower, it's very important to begin to negotiate and look at the context of an economy or an individual, if we are speaking at individual basis. When it comes to global restructuring or processes of the debt, what happens? The lenders or the creditors always coordinate and are moving faster than the borrower. So by the time whichever country, whether it's Uganda, is coming to negotiate, it is running against a system which is already coordinated and predetermined. So what am I saying? Even African countries, we know that we're resource rich. Our natural resource pool is rich. But then, is this reflected in the risk pricing? Because now, as we're going to even discuss later in the afternoon, we're going to see that even green debt is becoming an issue. Sustainability, green financing have come into play. So are these institutions, the lenders, looking at these dimensions to price the risk? So my point here, I think as African countries, we are asset rich but negotiation poor. So until we change that narrative, we are still going to have a problem. So how are we going to change that problem? We must start to negotiate together. I was in Nairobi over the weekend. I had an opportunity to drive around Nairobi. The infrastructure investment and the fact that even a cab driver knows that the country is moving away from debt and looking for alternative ways to grow their infrastructure is amazing. Look at Tanzania and the infrastructure investment. Irrespective of whether they are debt-free, they are trying, we're all trying. My point is, where is Uganda? Can we come together as an economic bloc to negotiate better, to negotiate the structuring of our credit, to negotiate the processes of restructuring our debt? But every country is going to negotiate on its own. So collective bargaining probably, maybe, will take us somewhere. Looking out for other financing instruments and tools has to be a conversation we have to have, and not just to have, to fulfill it. I think we're not thinking deeply that there are alternatives. Kenya is beginning to think about it. And for me, the lender will continue to have the power until we stop looking at the lender as the lender of last resort, but as a partner of choice. So that's where we are in terms of the lender having more power, in terms of the relationship between the borrower and the lender.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Prof. Just to tie it in, you seem to subscribe to the notion that there are African solutions for African problems.
Yes.
And in that you're talking about collective bargaining, right?
Yes, yes.
We have regional banks.
Yes.
For instance, the East African Development Bank, the Trade and Development Bank. These are supposed to be our own alternatives to the World Bank and the IMF. To be honest with us, are these institutions generally capable of filling that role today, or are they still too small and too under-resourced and too politically constrained to answer our problems? What would need to happen for them to grow in that role? Thank you.
Okay, so these institutions have a lot of capacity. I think we have to start looking at them as prototypes of the Bretton Woods institutions. They are not yet there. I mean, you're not going to compare TDB with an EADB with IMF and World Bank. Not yet. But there is potential there because TDB has financed very large infrastructure projects in the region. So there's already potential because we run to these IMF and the World Bank because of infrastructure development and so many other things, especially from what we can't afford. So the balance sheets of TDA and EADB are still small in comparison to the institutions that we go to. So there is potential with these institutions. They are still underfunded. They are still, they still have scale issues. They still have issues with cost of capital, and they still have perceived governance risk issues that they are still carrying along with them. So in my opinion, there is potential there. They have a lot of potential. We just need to have them restructure and to have more funding injected into them for them to be the rightful, the rightful replacement. Progressively, we will get there if we begin to empower these institutions. We cannot demand independence, of course, from institutions that are underfunded. So I'll say that these are prototypes to IMF and World Bank, but they're not there until they manage those aspects, especially scaling up that the funding or the financing that they can offer to these economies that run to them. But they have a lot of potential to do this.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Alan, I come to you, sir. We speak about FDI, foreign direct investments, and when big foreign companies come to African countries, to Uganda, be it Chinese, European, or American, they come wanting access to our minerals or our markets. They often come with money and promises of jobs. But communities where the mining happens often don't see much change in their daily lives. What should Uganda be demanding before saying yes to these deals? And is our government currently in a strong enough position to make those demands stick? Thank you.
Thank you very much, moderator. Allow me to start with two statements or anecdotes that have been given. Debt to tax. I've listened to that one very well. And the other one, which is asset-rich, negotiation poor. Basically, they have summed it up to answer that question. The challenge that we do have in our country is we have been poor at negotiation. And the other challenge that we have is being a latecomer to the economy brings you a lot of challenges. You're trying to navigate sustainability, climate, green, and all these other things in order to get financing, in order to get development. And the more we delay, the harder it is going to become for us, because we may all agree that the challenge is not capital. There is excess capital in the world, but how to get to it? The challenge is not that there are many countries many companies willing to expand to wherever, be it Africa. The challenge is how have you negotiated as a nation, as a community, so that when that company A comes, you are able to achieve at least at bare minimum the jobs. So the question at hand is who is at fault, and so to say, we are at fault because we are poor at negotiation. And so we need to start from exactly where we are. And Professor has said we sometimes get too desperate at our negotiation. And again, negotiating from a desperate perspective leads you to be vulnerable. So one thing that we have to start is we are asset rich, and in whatever version you look at it, we are. Even at human resource level, at least there is some population to play around with. The issue that we must start doing is negotiating from a strength perspective. And I always encourage both the government and our colleagues in the academia and anyone who is in the area of policy not to look at the situation as is, but also to revisit the history of the nation and see that history of this country has shown that we can be in a much better position. If you look at the first development plan of the country, the Worthington Plan clearly stated how we were able to do. We were able to build at one point in time hundreds of kilometers of rail in a few years without all these expensive deals that we have to make. We were able to set up with UDC 34 major companies in this country, some of them still existent, within a space of 5 years, 10 years. So the issue at hand is not that we are unable to do, but our negotiation and our lack of deliberateness puts us in a position that we have not been able to serve the communities in which these companies come. So what are the solutions? We have to be tough at our negotiation. We have to be. Because if we're not tough, then the whole purpose of setting up these companies or encouraging these companies into the country ceases to offer you the right opportunities. The other issue that we should also understand is when companies come into this country, even if it's FDI, what impact does it have on the growth of the country? We cannot be here bragging with 6% growth of a country. When you are the 21st poorest country, GDP per capita, you cannot be bragging at 6%. You must start bragging at 10%, 11, 12%. Now you are beginning to grow. So these are some of the things that we have to put in place. Negotiate better, and the other area which we are not so good at is monitoring. If a company comes to the country and has promised to give you X number of jobs, what monitoring criteria and what tools have you put in place that these things are fulfilled? So as we move, as we go forward, we must be able not only to negotiate better, not only to borrow better, but also to monitor better. And try as much as possible to do things as cost effectively as possible. We are quite a very expensive country when it comes to the construction of infrastructure, which is amazing. I mean, when you're a poor country and you're busy constructing roads at $1 million per kilometer, the rest you can understand. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Alan. I want to tie in a question from the perspective of an entrepreneur. Imagine that you are a Ugandan entrepreneur who wants to set up a factory to process coffee or minerals locally instead of exporting them raw. You go to the bank for a loan, and the interest rate is so high that the business plan falls apart before it starts. How directly is that factory owner's problem connected to the bigger global financial system we are discussing today, and what would actually need to change for that entrepreneur's dream to become viable?
One thing that we must quickly understand that the world has become a global village. Just look at us here. We are in the EAC, the East African Common Market. And let me start with the interest rates as you have given. If your interest rates are between 18 and 20%, and you are in the area of manufacturing, and someone is telling you the interest rate is 18 to 20, 23%, you can only borrow up to 5 years, you can, and the terms and conditions under which you're going to borrow are really strict. The time to which you get that money is also long. Literally, what we're doing is telling people not to invest in manufacturing, for example. And therefore, we must quickly change. I'll give an example. This country has put, in the last 5 years, only about 1.5 trillion Ugandan shillings into the Uganda Development Bank. With all due respect, a manufacturer cannot be borrowing from a commercial bank. Let's be clear about that. So, but you have only put in, on average, every year, anywhere between 200 billion to 300 billion. And I always ask a question. How much does it take to invest in a factory, in a manufacturing entity in a country? Anywhere between 2 to 5 billion. So if you only, and if you're talking about the large industries which need anywhere between 10 to 15 million dollars, you're only talking about that you can only support anywhere between 20 and 50 companies annually. That is ludicrous. If we are increasing the budget of this country to 84 trillion, the bare minimum that you can put in your own development bank should be anywhere between 3 to 5 trillion to enable the private sector in the area of manufacturing and deep, big investment to run away from commercial banks. Now, on top of that, you have your government bond, which is anywhere between 14 to 16%, and you're again crowding out the same investors from the commercial banks. So you're really tying yourself up and letting the country go to the dogs if you cannot find an alternative financing criteria. And I will crown it all. The current bill which is in Parliament is actually telling you, thank you very much for having the financial, the prudence for you to borrow outside the country. We are even going to tax that which you're borrowing from outside the country. In other words, if we are not careful, we will not be able to push the investment. So to back to your coffee entrepreneur, with those parameters in place, with those criteria in place, you're literally telling the company not to invest. And therefore, for us to advise the policymakers is, if we have to develop this country tenfold in the next 14 years, there is only one route: invest for production, invest for development. I'll end by saying this. Yes, the country has many aspects to juggle: sustainability, climate change, resiliency and all the things that we have to do. But we as a country must focus. If we have to reduce the poverty from 21%, we must invest. If we must invest, we must find cheap ways or cost-effective ways of financing the development of the country. And that cannot be at 14 or 18%. Thank you.
Thank you, Alan. Marina, I'll come to you. Typically, when a country in Africa is hit by a flood, a drought, or another climate disaster, the cost of borrowing money to rebuild actually goes up, making recovery perhaps even harder. Meanwhile, the countries most responsible for climate change face almost no such penalty. To a student in this room who has never taken an economics course, that probably sounds completely backwards. Can you kindly explain simply why the system works that way? And is there any realistic chance of changing it? Thank you.
Thank you very much for the questions. Again, part of the question relates to what I've said priorly, and this diversity in terms of private creditors. If I refer to the literature you were mentioning regarding this increase in financing cost following natural disaster, it relates mostly to borrowing from, again, the private creditors, international financial markets, bond issuance. Indeed, as you rightly mentioned, there is a huge literature showing that after a natural disaster, there is an increase in the spreads that the country has to pay if he wants to borrow on the international financial markets. So the logic behind that is quite simple. Climate shock, of course, there is some gross deterioration, consequences for fiscal capacity, lower fiscal capacity, lower ability to repay, and then, of course, higher risk and so higher spread then. So this is basically how it works. But if you try to think what happens after that mechanisms. And what have been shown again in the academic literature is that actually these spreads remain high for, I think the last studies I've seen on that, for something around like 18 quarters. So for quite a long period after the natural disasters, which basically is going to create a vicious cycle in terms of indebtedness, because if you want again, after 2 or 3 years reborrow, you will again face these high interest rates. And it basically creates a doom loop. So, where I want to continue this question relates to what have been said on my right priorly, and I fully agree with what has been said, and especially regarding the fact that the lenders determine the rule of the game. Indeed, it is what is happening there. But what I would like to question is that from some particular lenders, and once again, for the private creditors, the thing is that in order to make the system a bit more fair, I mean, those rules of the game must be related somehow to economic fundamentals. And this is something that I've been approaching with my students many times during my classes. And for instance, this high level of interest rates, I already said priorly that there might be a stigma for sub-Saharan Africa countries, making this interest rate higher than it should be with respect to the economic foundations of those countries. But if I goes back to something that I know again, which is those debt restructuring process and the DSSI, for instance. So again, after the DSSI or before the DSSI, so when those countries that were in need of emergency financing in order to fight COVID, there was these initiatives proposed by the G20 countries to postpone the interest, and a lot of private creditors, and I can tell that because I've been on the other side of the door virtually, because I joined Zoom sessions with lawyers from the private sectors. And most of them were arguing that and suggesting to countries that were considering applying for this debt service suspension to not go there, because they would then face higher risk premium on the market, because they will be considered as much more risky. But the question is, are they really risky, or are they risky for those private creditors? Because the private creditors do not provide any debt service suspension, no debt relief at all. They refuse to participate. So the fact that they say that these countries must face a higher risk premium is completely not relevant from an economic perspective, from 101 economics. You pay more if there is risk, but if as soon as there are repayment issues, the official donors helps you to repay the private creditors, then there is no risk at all. So I was also questioning the fundamentals for this risk premium. According to me, the risk premium should not exist if there is always some protocols or initiatives that help the countries to benefit from fiscal space from the official donors and to repay the private creditors. So regarding what you mentioned and these climate change exposures, even though the private creditors are in a reaction that is not related to any fundamentals, I think some initiatives have been proposed or put on the tables by the OECD countries that are actually responsible for this climate change. Such as, for instance, you have the climate resilience debt clauses that actually provide automatic suspension of the debt service when some countries face natural disaster. But you had also some new loans that I think that are extremely questionable because they put debt again on the countries that are facing those natural disasters. So at the moment, I'm not sure that, again, the initiatives on the table are entirely satisfactory. And I think that, yeah, much more should be think on the official parts. And for the private creditors, I think also that there should be a debate regarding whether or not this risk premium is legit or not. And it was legit in the 80s, because in the 80s, the private creditors accepted to lose some money during the debt crisis in developing countries. At the moment, they refuse to take their losses.
And so they wait that the other donors or creditors provide some fiscal space to be repaid by the debtors. And so I think this is something that we should really question, and that should be much more brought on the table of negotiation between debtors and creditors.
Thank you, Marine. I'm coming back to you, Marine.
Yeah.
We live on a continent where debt is growing and has been growing pretty fast. In fact, in some countries today, more money is now leaving the continent to pay debt than is being invested in schools and hospitals. At what point does a country cross a line where it can no longer grow its way out of debt, where debt itself starts preventing the very growth that it would help repay it? And in your assessment, any East African countries, including Uganda, getting close to that line?
Yeah, this question actually relates to an old debate, again, in the academic literature regarding this debt overhang hypothesis. The idea would be, if you just follow if you remember your old economic classes, I mean, debt, if it is financing investment, it should drive growth, right? But at some point, when debt is too much, I mean, it has some crowding out effect, as you said. It can lead to what we call the virtual debt burden, which is basically the fact that private investors prefer to postpone their investment decision in order to not face potentially some tax hikes in order to repay that debt. And you also have, as you rightly mentioned, crowding out effect on other public spending. So this is the money that is spent to repay the creditors, but not to invest in the social sectors. And all of that leads to, from the private side, lower physical capital accumulation. On the public side, lower human capital accumulation, which can also have some long-term negative effect on the growth potential of the countries. And it can also, of course, lead to a lower level of investment from the government, so investment in public infrastructure, for instance. And all of that leads indeed to lower growth potential for the countries that is too much indebted. So we have those debt sustainability analysis that should try to orientate a bit the decision in knowing whether or not the country is already really close to the line. But again, these debt sustainability analyses are quite debatable. I know that there are a lot of debates ongoing, questioning the really functioning of these analyses that are done again by the IDA and the IMF, questioning the types of indicators that are selected. Again, it relates to what have been said. Is debt to GDP a good indicator, or should we compare debt to what is actually mobilized to repay that debt, such as the taxes or export revenue? From my perspective, I came across some indicators lately, and I think that at the moment when the debt repayments start being higher than what is spent in social sectors, it starts to be an issue. It starts to be an issue because somehow it threatens the generation that needs to benefit from these services and on which the growth potential of the countries also rely on. And you asked me whether or not some countries in the region were close to that line. Again, according to the last UN report on debt, what we've seen is that between 2019 and 21, you had like 7 African countries that pay more on interest than on education. Uganda is one of them, alongside Angola, Gambia, Egypt, Malawi, and Zambia. 25 African countries pay more on interest than on help. Again, Uganda is one of them, alongside Kenya, Burundi, and Tanzania. So for me, and I think for also a lot of observers, as long as the debt starts hampering this necessary spending for the growth potential of countries, and I wouldn't stop only to the social sector, I will also be extremely, put a lot of intention again on the private sector, which is also one of the main engines of economic growth in all countries. As soon as you see the pressure that this debt burden is putting on those economic agents in the country, I think the debt is already sustainable in a way.
Thank you, Marine. Coming to Professor Matovu. Typically, when the IMF comes to countries like Uganda, Kenya, it always comes with conditions attached with respect to their loans. To say that you might be required to cut this subsidy, restructure that public company, meet this revenue target. And the government, or our government, sometimes accept, sometimes they push back. From the outside, it can look like countries like Uganda are simply being told what to do by a foreign institution. What's your honest assessment of how much of that conditionality is genuinely in, for example, Uganda's long-term interest, and how much is it harmful, and how does Uganda have any ability, or does Uganda have an ability to say no?
Thank you, Professor Kum. The issue of conditionalities that come with the loans. We have been told that this afternoon the members of parliament are starting debate on the sovereignty bill. And my understanding of sovereignty also has to do with your ability to take care of your matters, including financial matters. I'm hoping that part of the debate will be how do we make Uganda get to the point of saying no to some of those conditionalities, that we can have our internal domestic resources to do this thing and not the other. I'm also hoping, on a lighter note, that the members of parliament will come up and say, we want to be the champion of sovereignty. We don't want to use taxpayers' money or money from the political parties to buy us suits and shoes to look presentable in parliament. We can do that ourselves. If I remember parliament and I go back to my constituency and an electorate is telling me I bought that suit you are using, I think I would not be sovereign enough. Anyway, IMF funds are loans. These are money to be paid back. Some of the conditionalities are a way of the lender telling the borrower, you have to have the discipline to use these funds properly, to serve the purpose for which you borrowed them, to generate capacity to pay back. That way, conditionalities would be well-intentioned to say you have to invest in sustainable, productive ventures, don't damage the environment in your investment, be equitable, fair, leave no one behind. I think that's a good type of conditionality. But it's true, some conditionalities become bad if they don't reflect the local context. As a country, we have norms and values, we have development plans, we have visions for our people. So if a loan has conditionality that don't speak to our society values and norms, has conditionality that don't reflect our local context, those would not be good conditionalities. And I think sovereignty would now mean say no to such conditionalities. I would want to give a local example. If I were a dairy farmer and you're giving me a loan and you're asking me to buy 100% Frisian cows from Holland, and yet my farm in Nakasongola does not have infrastructure to support that, that is a bad condition. You're not letting me grow. You are instead maybe pushing your funds to try out. I become an experiment and not a transformative venture. So true, IMF gives these conditionalities. Some of them are well-intentioned to keep the users in check, not to be wasteful, not to be, to be accountable. But if they are outside or they don't reflect the local context, they become a problem. And that would be my take.
Thank you. I'll come back to you again. And we've alluded to the fact that Uganda's tax to GDP ratio is low, and perhaps compared to other sub-Saharan African countries. And perhaps that means that we are more dependent on borrowing and donor funding than we would need to be. Why does Uganda struggle to collect more of its own revenue? Is it a problem of weak institutions, of tax avoidance by the wealthy and well-connected, of an economy where most people simply can't afford to pay more, or all the above? And what is the honest conversation about who in Uganda benefits from keeping it that way? Thank you.
Okay, thank you. I think the debate about tax is very interesting. I've had an opportunity to support UNCTAD. UNCTAD is a UN body to do analysis on the vulnerability profile for Uganda. This is a profile countries do when they apply to graduate from low income to middle income status. And when you look at the numbers, they are humbling that we still have a lot more to do. So, low tax to GDP ratio, yes. I think 2024-25, we were about 14.3%, not far behind Rwanda. Rwanda is about 15.3%. Kenya about 18.5% of tax to GDP. Our counterpart Tanzania is about 13 to GDP. Yes, so we are not doing well compared to what we should. We should be about 40% to GDP compared to, from the vulnerability profile. A number of factors explain this. This morning, we're discussing the high level of informality. Up to 57% of the private sector are informal businesses. So you would not expect to have a large tax base with that kind of informality. And the informality, by the way, is a way of survival for some of these businesses. If you are going to do the registration, adherence to all the standards to become formal, it is way costly for many of these, without government support to accredit, standardize, and doing all that. So informality is a way of survival of these businesses. Some of them, if they go formal, they're likely to die almost immediately. We also have a small economy problem. Some of the infrastructure investment you have done are going to repay over a long period of time. And they need additional capital actually for the private sector to use them productively so that you can now expand the tax base from the private sector. We have done a lot of investment in infrastructure, energy, roads, but to unlock that potential, you need additional funds. What Alan was talking about, the Uganda Development Bank should be able to give longer-term, low interest to the private sector to be able to unlock that potential and expand the tax base. There are also institutional weaknesses. You might be aware that a Minister of Finance, by way of trying to attract foreign investors especially, it has had a lot of inefficient tax exemptions where we have not benefited neither in jobs nor in further growth through these exemptions. And I think there have been a pushback on some of these tax exemptions because they have not provided the kind of benefit you are expecting. Who is going to benefit from keeping it the way it is? I don't think anyone benefits because it's not sustainable. Government is not going to benefit because you hold on to a large informal sector which is not allowing you to collect more taxes, build capacity, domestic revenue. But even the informal private businesses cannot expand in their informality. They cannot take advantage of the global markets. They are not able to expand to do standardization, and therefore that is also a problem. So no one really benefits from this unsustainable way of doing business. That's my take.
Appreciate Professor Matovu. At this juncture, we would like to pick a few comments or questions from the audience, just about 4 questions, and we call it an afternoon. Yes, ma'am. The persons with the mics, please help. 4 questions here. Okay, thank you.
Good afternoon. My name is Joanita Nasimba, lead consultant, eponyms, JNKM Management. We narrow down on self-potential awareness, which cuts across individuals, entities, and so on. Protocol observed. Now, regarding training in institutions, before we can reimagine the architecture, we might ask, what is it built upon? You realize in this room, there's so many students, some are nearing transition, many are navigating the question of direction, in spite of all the training they've had, the 3, 4, or even 5 years. That's how disadvantaged sometimes our education system is. Many people get out, and indeed they are not ready for the world. So my question is, how best can institutions update their training, given the technical skills, and align it to people's true self-potential, such that in Uganda we can forget about the issue of people coming out and sitting at home years. In fact, that increases the tax burden. And because once someone knows their self-potential, there is no way someone can sit and say, I don't know what to do, or I don't have what to do. What best can our institutions do in that regard? Secondly, on to Professor Fred Matovu. He highlighted debt and prudent use. Earlier in the day, we had a training where Dr. Golova talked about the government looking at agriculture, technology, mineral development, science, and innovation. And from his description, the informal sector has been thrown out over the halo effect of the city. I'm thinking, how best can the informal sector be helped? Because these people contribute also to the tax base. Instead of just breaking down their businesses, how best can the government go about their situation in as much as they are balancing the halo effect they are looking at? And lastly, the political governance. How best can you people who are so influential intervene on the extravagant spending of the political governance sector, given the big debt burden we are staggering with? We just saw one update of 100 million, and I really found that very scandalous, given what people are going through.
Thank you. Please introduce yourself and share the question.
Yeah, thank you so much, the panelists. My name is Grace Msime. I'm a faculty in the College of Business and Management Sciences. My question is, first on the topic, when you look at the topic, Bretton Woods institutions reimagining the global financial architecture for Africa's growth. I find it a bit challenging because the Bretton Woods institutions, much of the time they have not been very supportive to Africa. In fact, they have been sustaining a unipolar world, which has left us behind. So I'm very skeptical that we can reimagine the global financial architecture using the same lenses of the Bretton Woods financial institutions. That's one. But that said, do you think in your view, do you think Africa as a continent, do we have the capacity to renegotiate our position as a continent on that table that is going to reshape the global financial system architecture? 2, what is the role of other bodies of emerging economies like the BRICS? What roles could they play, at least to balance the equation? Then the other question, briefly, is what are the critical components of the global financial architecture that are especially important for a continent like Africa if we are going to participate in the renegotiating the global financial architecture, in the policies, in the frameworks? What specific components should we emphasize, especially if you are looking at how we are going to see, for example, at renegotiating the way we get debt? Then my other question goes to, we have been saying that we are poor at negotiating as a country. But for you to negotiate, it depends on the cards that we have. I think we have been looking at the macro fundamentals, and I think as economies, most of the economies, we have ignored the micro foundations. And you find some of those areas, yes, we are talking about cost of capital. What have we done as a country to reduce the cost of capital, to support the savings at a micro level, and give it enough framework so that it can sustain itself? Thank you so much.
I appreciate Musime. There is a hand here that has been...
Thank you.
Yes, sir. Please be precise and concise.
Yes, my name is Calvin. I'm a student of international relations. My question goes to Professor Fred Matovo. I just want your position on how do we hold these Bretton Woods institutions accountable? Because I've just been reading a report from the World Bank, which has since reversed their 30 years position on that was against industrial policy in Africa and the developing countries. There was also another policy on privatization of education, which after all these years of promoting, they wake up and say, oh, we were wrong, we don't want to do it anymore. So how do you think we can hold these institutions accountable?
Thank you. Yes, the other one behind here.
Thank you so much, Professor. I am Andrew Sechide, a graduate of economics and an alumnus. Mine will be skewed to development finance. And in light of the Lusaka Agenda of December 2023, which calls on sustainable, country-led health financing strategies. In light, given the current donor funding cuts, how can the IMF and the World Bank restructure their lending frameworks to capture this prevalency? And then, Professor Matov, quickly, you mentioned something to do with strategic investments with higher returns. And why is it that Africa or Uganda, we have not yet appreciated the concept of health investment, even when the figures speak for themselves? For example, for every $1 invested in health, it has a direct return of $2 to $4. Why is it that we have not yet appreciated such investment in health? Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you so much. My name is Howard Mohoizi. I am a technical advisor at African Youth Federation. There is a saying that whoever pays the piper determines the tune. So maybe the question is, as African countries, how much do we have at stake when it comes to the World Bank, IMF, or related institutions? Because, you know, we shall keep on complaining, re-imaging, advocating, but how much do we have in terms of stake within those institutions? Two, when you talk about re-imaging the global financial architecture, of course, we equally need to look at things like, you know, the center of gravity. So as the African continent, where is our center of gravity? Because when you talk about Europe, you cannot mention Europe without Germany, without France, without UK. When you go to, we talk of the Americans, I mean America, America is literally like the center of gravity. So when you go to Asia, we have the Asian tigers. So I think it's high time we also need to rethink and find our center of gravity as Africa. So talk of, we have South Africa, we have Egypt, we have Nigeria. We need to see ownership. We need to have a center of gravity that will help us to advocate meaningfully. Thank you so much.
Appreciate. Good question. Finally.
Yes, good afternoon, everyone. My name is Kaya Benjamin Andrew, and I'm a student for International Relations and Diplomacy here at Makerere. Now, my first question goes to Professor Matovu. When posed with a question of is foreign borrowing dangerous, there is a way you talked about it like being, for the common citizens, we should care about the services we get. But currently, having a debt burden of over 130 trillions, and our budget having to contribute almost 45% to service that burden, I'm still very inquisitive to know your position, if this foreign borrowing is dangerous or not, because there is a way you went about it. The next question goes to the Associate Professor Katorogo about the African solutions for African problems. The regional development banks came up, and you were like, they should seek for funding. There is a problem there because we are looking for where we can get funds, and the solution you are offering is they still need funding, because you are like, they are like prototypes to the Bretton Woods institutions, but still they need funding. So we should go to them when they are not ready to do this task, but you are still suggesting that they do that task. So maybe I was suggesting that they should be given chance so that they act like our ambassadors. They may be having a better negotiating ground, better than us, rather than still seeking for funding. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Most of the questions, I mean, each one of you should have isolated the questions that are sensitive to you. I will start with the Professor Mendra Katorogo. Thank you.
Thank you, Professor Kumu, and the audience. Thank you for listening. When the audience has so many questions, that means the conversation has been of value. We appreciate that. I'll speak to John. I think the issue of training institutions comes to me. The disadvantaged education system. I don't want to completely bring down our institutions, but we do agree that there are gaps, especially in terms of competence, in terms of graduate ready into employment or entrepreneurship, or in terms of the next stage in life for them to go and mint money, make money, look for money. I think universities, especially institutions of higher learning now, have moved into the competence-based curriculum right now. So I think that is going to really help us. Of course, there are challenges around the competence-based curriculum. That's a conversation for another day that we'll come to execute. Institutions also have to be very deliberate to add more value in terms of the way we teach, in terms of the extra support we're providing our graduates, in terms of the exposure programs to enhance the theoretical dimensions that we are accused of propagating. So the best way institutions can undertake their training and properly prepare graduates and unlock their potential is being very deliberate also on investing in programs, equipment, and time to support students during their tenure at the university. But also, universities, I'll speak for the business school, for instance, and I know Makerere is doing this, we've been very deliberate in terms of working with the industry, working with entrepreneurial innovation and incubation institutions to support ideation, to support our students, our graduates, to add value and to unlock that potential that we're looking at. So we have to challenge ourselves as institutions of higher learning to deliberately unlock this potential, but also the graduates and the students have a responsibility to learn, to unlearn, to relearn, given where the world is headed now. So it's a two-way challenge, but we've taken it on as institutions. The other thing that was directed to me was, I think, Benjamin. Benjamin, you speak to African solutions for African development, why they should seek funding. I mean, financial institutions, you don't know where World Bank and IMF get money. Where do they get money? The institutions have to be creative in creating financing. So these institutions, even banks borrow from each other. Banks borrow from the central bank to meet financing gaps. But the issue is not to say where they get their money is okay. My issue was the scale. If our own institutions, TDB, EADB, are going to take the place of IMF and World Bank, they've got to scale. So scaling means they've got to become more innovative to increase their capital position for them to on-lend to economies, for them to build infrastructure, exactly what they've been doing in the region. So it's to say they need to scale, they need to look at governance risk differently, and they need to reorganize themselves to be able to move from being a prototype into being that institution that replaces the Bretton Woods institutions, for us to then go to these institutions as replacements. But that's going to take time and deliberate effort for that transition to take place. Some of our countries in the region are actually borrowing from these institutions, but they've not scaled to the extent that we make comparisons with this. So there is hope, and that's where I ended. And they should also be very creative and innovative in seeking funding or looking for funding. There are so many financing instruments that can be used to enhance the funding within these institutions. I think those were the ones that were directed to me, really.
And the parting shot?
My parting shots are, for me, I still go back to the issue of negotiation. We lack the power to define how capital sees us. As African economies, as Ugandans, we don't necessarily lack capital, but we have dimensions we need to fix, and someone brought it up. There are areas for all of us to fix: the government, the borrowers, the construction, the ones who have constructed the financial infrastructure that we have. So we lack that power to define how capital sees us. So the way capital sees you is the way it presents itself. It's the way it will present the opportunity. So we are not underfunded, we are just underleveraged. So as all of us, we have a role to play in contributing to that. So, and for me as an educator, we need to train our graduates to manage, not only to manage money, as we continuously tell them, but to understand what risk actually means and negotiate power and prepare them to be the ones who are going to redesign and renegotiate the financial systems as they stand. So I think there is a future. We just need to prepare ourselves and understand what our inefficiencies are for us to reimagine the financial architecture in this region and country. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Professor Marin, kindly respond to some of the questions, and in the process, we would be glad to have your parting shot. Thank you.
Okay, thanks a lot. Yeah, so I noted some of the questions, but I think I will stick to one in particular that retained my attention. I think it was someone that mentioned that the fact of considering that the Bretton Woods institution has to reimagine, to think about a new international financial architecture for African countries, that idea was quite challenging, and I fully agree with that. And I think that if you look also at the evolution of the landscape in the international financial architecture, and especially regarding where those Bretton Woods institutions are operating. So the Bretton Woods institutions, basically the World Bank and the IMF, and they're operating in the realm of the official development assistance. If you look at the evolution of these official development assistance landscape, what can be observed is that since 44, 45, which is Bretton Woods institutions creations, basically, and the creation in 60s, early 60s with the IDA, I mean, this landscape has dramatically changed. You have more and more operator in terms of official development assistance. So I think that the fact of rethinking about the international financial architecture should go beyond these Bretton Woods institutions. So bring to the table all the donors, and I'm not speaking only about the traditional donors. You have also the non-aligned donors that are waiting more and more in developing countries. So bring the competition to the table as well. It will also potentially help to leverage a bit more the negotiation power, because it is also important to know that, yes, developing countries, so most of them needs additional financing that can be provided by countries that are richer, but we should also not forget that those countries that have the means of providing those external financing also committed to reach some targets, and they're all lacking behind those targets. And so they also have incentives in disbursing. So when there are some contracts and money that is exchanged between the donor and debtor countries, I mean, the incentives goes both ways. The lenders is as well interested in lending money that the debtor is interested in having that money as well. So it also helps potentially, keeping that in mind, to bring the balance in the negotiation between the creditors and the debtors. And so, yep, I think that's how I will answer to the question, and I think that's how I will end my intervention.
Thank you very much. Next is Professor Matov, please. Can respond to the plethora of questions plus a parting shot, please.
Okay, thank you. I believe there are many questions, but let me start off with the issue of the informal sector and all what is going on currently in the country when some of the informal business are being pushed out of town, as we are seeing. I think the tragedy of some of our policymakers, not only in Uganda, but in many of the sub-Saharan African countries, is to look at informal businesses as a burden and not as an opportunity. The informal businesses are a market to some of the formal businesses, as well as suppliers of inputs. So they are an opportunity. The debate will now be, how do we support them first to survive, because they can easily die, to grow, and to become sustainable? Government has had programs directly speaking to the needs, the financial needs of the informal businesses. The parish development board with the kind of financing, that is informal sector kind of financing. The Grow project, specifically for the women, that is also supporting those. So how does then you look at informal businesses as a burden? There is an opportunity there to harness, support them to grow and become sustainable. So it is a kind of double-edged sword to look at them as a burden, yet they are the starting point of absorbing the youth. President Ajay Banga of the World Bank Group has been very consistent on the issue of creating jobs for the youth. By 2030, 1.4 billion youth will be entering or in the job market for only 400 million formal jobs. So what is the bank going to do? They have to enter into family enterprises, which largely start as informal. So we have to face reality to support these informal businesses to grow, because they are a window to absorb the young people that are coming through the different segments of training. I keep telling my third-year students, after July, don't stay around the campus. Go and start something. You have to start informal, so you have to have the necessary support. How to hold the Bretton Woods institutions accountable for the policies which did not work for Africa. That's a big one. I just imagine if you were my neighbor and you didn't have food for your family, you come to me and then I give you beans. But these beans take too long to cook. And now you want to hold me accountable for the beans to take longer to cook when you didn't have anything to eat. If I knew you didn't have enough firewood to cook, I would have given you pumpkin. I think what we should do, kind of reflect on, is the context within which this support was supposed to work. It was not the right context. There has been a thinking around this. I just want to end by reminding those of you who have not read the talk which was given by Nick Checker. Nick Checker is a senior bureau official at the Bureau of African Affairs in Washington, D.C. 5 days ago, on April 10th, he gave a talk about the new model for the U.S. government, a new model for economic prosperity for Africa. And in this, it is very clear, moving away from aid to trade and investment partnerships. Now, that means countries in Africa have to be prepared, have to have the strong institutions to be viable trade and investment partnerships, to be able to tap into the resources from the US. And I'm imagining the European Union will have to follow suit in that direction. So I think the debate should be away from aid to trade and investment partnerships. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Professor Matovu. And if finally, Alan, don't forget your parting shot, please.
Thank you very much. And it is indeed a very good debate that we are having. And I'll just touch one or two items, then we call it an evening. Allow me to repeat the challenge that we face as a developing country right now, trying to move to the middle income category, in which, unfortunately for us, we are latecomers to this table of economy. The whole entire Africa contributes anywhere between 2 to 3% of global trade. We are peddling, so to say, in a pan of milk. And if we're not careful, we'll create, is it cheese out of it? Instead of really getting out. The challenge we face is as follows. And I will begin with an example, then I'll close it up. Imagine you wake up one day, you have some money on you, and you create a bakery. Then you register the bakery. And you're making a few tens or hundreds loaves of bread. And your neighbor decides, and you've registered your company, and your neighbor decides that, no, I'm not going to go that route. I'm going to create another bakery, but this time not register it. What do you think will happen? In a few months' time, you'll abandon your own bakery and set up an informal bakery. And that is what has happened to the streets of Kampala. You cannot have a shop with clothes and a vendor on the streets and compete. It's not possible. So, and then the other aspect that we have to think about when we talk about informality is what Doctor said, the taxation ratios are really skewed to one side. We're in a very interesting country. 72% of the population is in agriculture, and agriculture contributes about 24.2% of the GDP, but only contributes 1 to 2% of taxes. Informality. You have a small sector called the manufacturing sector, about 7,000 entities, contributing 16.5% of GDP, but contributing 30% of taxes. How do you spiral this thing? How do you turn it around? And it brings me back to the fundamentals of economics. In the definition of economics, I like what the Greeks called it, the rules that govern a household. Very simple definition of economics. And unfortunately for us, I do not think we have paid attention to the principles of economics. And I think we are going to suffer for some time until we...
And now, ladies and gentlemen, Ethiopia's regional ambitions and the balance of power in the Horn of Africa, sea access, ports and corridors, and state sovereignty. And to moderate this panel will come with me, Oliada Abera. A round of applause, please. Let's keep up the energy. This is the last activity. Thank you. He is a project manager at CAS Foundation Office for Ethiopia and the African Union, and his work focuses on managing high-level dialogue platforms that bridge the gap between academic research and AU policy implementation. And he's also a dedicated professional who is very instrumental in coordinating CAS's strategic partnerships across the Horn of Africa. Joining him on the panel is Christine Odera. Will come on stage. She is a governance and policy strategist and co-chair of the Kenya Coalition on Youth, Peace and Security, and her work focuses on advocacy for youth inclusion in high-level decision-making processes and national security frameworks. She's also a prominent advocate who serves as a council member for the National Youth Service, in Kenya. So we'll come on stage. Thank you. And also joining us on stage as a panelist is Rashid Abdi, who is a leading researcher and analyst specializing in the Horn of Africa and the Middle East. He has over 20 years of experience in geopolitical risk analysis, previously serving as a senior analyst and the international senior analyst with the International Crisis Group. He's also a widely cited commentator who provides strategic insights to international organizations and governments on regional stability and security trends. Once again, let's welcome him on stage. Also joining us on stage as a panelist is now Senai Belai, who is a lecturer in political science at Mekele University, not Makere, Mekele University, and a prominent political researcher. He's also frequently engaged in discussions on peace processes and political reform in Ethiopia. Yes, let's welcome now Senai on stage. And lastly, but not least, retired Major Beotao Mwanza Suba, who is a retired officer of the Kenya Defense Forces and an associate of the Global Center for Policy and Strategy. His work focuses on analyzing emerging security threats in East Africa and developing comprehensive regional security architectures. A seasoned practitioner, he provides expert consultancy on military civilian coordination and strategic planning. Thank you. Well, unfortunately for you, Mr. Bera, we are already 30 minutes into the panel because of, I think, the delays that happened earlier in the day, but I'll leave the task to you to be able to have this going for the next 1 hour, and may you take it away. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Connery. So good afternoon, everyone. So for the past 2 panels throughout the day, we have been more or less focusing on Uganda, So now let us turn our face to one of the almost neighboring countries, Ethiopia, so which is where I'm from. So good afternoon, everyone, again. So today it's my pleasure to welcome you to this final panel, which deals with Ethiopia's regional ambition in the balance of power in the Horn of Africa, sea access, ports, corridors, and state sovereignty. So this is one of the pressing geopolitical issues in Ethiopia and the wider Horn of Africa. It is a very consequential, as there is an intersection between sea access, strategic trade corridors, port diplomacy, and on the other hand, we have sovereignty and the regional security architecture. So this question has been there for a while now, but now it has been renewed. So this renewed Ethiopia's question to this maritime agenda has brought forward some fundamental questions. So one of the questions is, how do states pursue legitimate economic and strategic interests while preserving regional stability? So how can we allow states such as Ethiopia to pursue this strategic interests where Ethiopia claims that it's fundamental for the existence of the country, so to speak? So how can this country specifically pursue this interest while preserving regional stability? And the other is, how can these infrastructure corridors become an instrument for cooperation rather than a place of competition or a place of conflict? And the other one is also where the line should be drawn when it comes to economic necessity and sovereignty concerns. So recent debates that surround this sensitive topic includes the Djibouti dependency question, where Ethiopia is forced to rely heavily. Almost 90% of Ethiopian imports are channeled through Djibouti and the port of Djibouti. So there is this dependency question by the Ethiopian government as to why the country is solely relying on Djibouti to access the sea. And then we also have, since especially 2024, the question of the Berbera corridor, where Ethiopia had made attempts to coordinate with Somaliland in relation to accessing the Berbera corridor, which in return aggravated the situation between Somalia and Ethiopia, and also invited other regional countries and other countries that have interest in the region to show their interest in the area. And also one of the pressing and the most sensitive topic is also the port of Assab, where we have Ethiopia on one side and Eritrea on the other side, and there is this history between these two countries, and there is the question there. So this has made this topic one of the most influential and the most sensitive geopolitical conversation right now. So for this panel, what I have envisioned is for us to focus on four things. One is the historical and the domestic political drivers of this maritime aspiration of Ethiopia. So how did Ethiopia come through with this renewed interest or renewed wish to access the sea? And the other pillar will be the regional geopolitical implication of this drive of Ethiopia to access the sea. And the third point will be the governance and the institutional pathways on how to deal with the question Ethiopia is currently raising. And of course, finally, the security and the regional stability component of this question. So let us quickly jump into our panelists. So first, I would like to give the floor to Now Sanai, who's a fellow Ethiopian from Mekelle University. He's a political scientist. So to help us ground this discussion, I would want you to reflect a bit about the historical evolution of this question, especially in terms of statehood, sovereignty, and also the political debates that are happening inside Ethiopia to push this agenda forward. So If you could please reflect on those things first. Thank you.
Thank you, Leonard. And thank you, the organizers, for inviting me. In this brief remark, I would like to focus on three things. The first is the issue of history. And Ethiopia is one of the ancient and old states that dates its history back to 3000 and sometimes more. So the issue of sea access or being a sea power dates back like to the ancient time of Aksumite civilization, and even in the middle age of its history. To be very specific and contemporaries, Ethiopia was a sea power until 1991, which basically means Ethiopia became a landlocked in 1991 with the independence of Eritrea, because all the seashores are now part of Eritrea. So the debate, not only the debate, but the very fact that Ethiopia lost its sea access is very close memory. But still, the history is very debatable even about this, because Eritrea became officially part of the Ethiopian state in 1952 after the dissolution of the British administration, which precedes the Italian occupation of Eritrea. So the issue of history is a major part in the narration, in the quest by Ethiopia on this issue. What we can say is that in 1991 it lost the access, it becomes landlocked, and the governing power from 1991 until recently, it made almost, the issue of sea debate, the issue of sea access discussions were almost kind of taboo. Now they re-emerge very recently for many different reasons, both local and international. Before I delve into my second part in this brief excursion, we see a very dynamic evolution in the very presentation of this sea access from the Ethiopian aspect. So before the evolution, I would like to see basic contexts in which I'm talking. The first is the regional geopolitical context. As we know, the Horn of Africa have become like a playing field for many regional and international powers. So one thing we see is an increasing number of regional actors from the Gulf and elsewhere. At the same time, regionally speaking, we see the diminishing capacity of regional organizations like IGAD, including AU, even in big organizations like UN, in terms of their capacity to resolve issues, conflicts, contestations arise from in the region. That's the second most important regional context to my understanding, that we should situate this debate of the sea. And most important context, and as was posed to me, is the issue of the internal dynamics of Ethiopia. How is Ethiopia right now? Where is Ethiopia right now, politically, and in terms of its all state structure, its sovereignty, and all related debates. Right now, Ethiopia is in a very dynamic process, in a very challenging process. We have war in the most populous region in Amhara, and again we have severe, serious security challenge in Oromia, in another populous region in the country, and there is still unresolved process in Tigray. So this regions, the name of the regions might be quite new for you, but what I'm talking about is 65% of the country is actually in some sort of active and violent conflicts. And due to this and so many related issues, the capacity of the state in terms of reaching out all the territories and governing all the country and mobilizing whatever resource is existing in the country is limited. So when I say conflict, I'm saying that the state is structurally being contracted to the center. It's not effectively governing most of its population and most of its territory. So it's in this internal context that the ambition of sea access, sea presence is emerging. So the state is internally contracting due to conflicting reasons, is not able to project power across all its territory. However, in its foreign policy directives, we see this demand to project and power beyond its current boundaries. And my third and very brief explanation would be on how the narration evolved in the country, basically by the proponents of this sea issue during this time. It's, as I told you, it is a very recent rejuvenation, I would say rejuvenation by state power, by a governing regime. So the discussions were on issues of access to the sea. And multiple explanations were given. Geography was given as one explanation, that a country of 120 million people shall not be landlocked by smaller countries. I'm just quoting, and sometimes it's frightening, the argument that a number becoming a justification to... So demographic justification was present. Economic justification was there, because the disadvantage of not having a coast and access to the sea is presented as one justification, and security is the third issue. Fourthly, the fourth justification being presented by the state is a rectification of historical mistakes. So we have all this discussions. So what I can say is that the very nature of the quest evolves from access to a sovereign presence. And here comes the fundamental question. A state with so many internal issues, with so many internal contradictions due to many reasons, and a state in its actual capacity is being contracted and being limited in its internal power projection, while at the same time using this, bringing this issue into the foreign affairs. That's the fundamental contradiction I see. And I think I will stop here and we'll continue the discussion. Thank you.
Thank you, Nelson. Let's stay with you, and you've mentioned some quite interesting things. So one thing is the Ethiopian government and the Ethiopian society, as it is passing through problems, basically. So there is internal fractures and different issues going on. And then while on the regional scale, we see the country pushing for a maritime access to ports and other things. So why do you think the Ethiopian government or this question came right now? Is it because of the need for political legitimacy by the party that's in power currently, or do you see it being driven by internal political forces, so to speak? So we have on one side a country that's struggling internally, but on the other side, regionally, it's pushing for an interest. So why do you think the government or the country as a whole is doing that?
Thank you. Very tricky question, very sensitive. I think we should look it into different levels. At idiosyncratic or at personal level of the leadership, there is this concern of legacy in the leadership. If you think of, for instance, Haile Selassie, the emperor, is a very famous one, have so many things to be remembered. The same with the military junta, the Derg, at least in their effort to become a beacon of anti-colonial movements all around, including training Mandela, helping so many liberation fronts in all over Africa. And with the late Meles, he was spokesperson of Africa, not only Ethiopia. He has so many things to be remembered. I think at the first level of analysis, at the individual level of analysis, the existing leadership might, I think, have seen this issue as a legacy to be remembered as at the individual level of analysis. As a political establishment, this issue, when we see the timing of the emergence of the question, tells a lot. The government came to power in 2018, and due to many reasons, it got into war with Tigray. And after 2 years of devastating war, the Pretoria Agreement comes, and it settles the issue for time being. And the very act of the signage of this peace deal at the same time creates problems elsewhere, because it structurally disintegrates the blocs that were conducting the war. So immediately conflict starts to erupt with Fano in Amhara. The conflict in Oromia was persisting like for many years, it's not new. So at the same time, Eritrea was very angry with the signing of the Pretoria Agreement. So they started to become, to distance themselves from Abiy. And actually right now, as most of us Ethiopians know, that the relation between them is bad. So one might argue that the issue of access to the sea, access and presence now, has been brought as some sort of mobilization, like the dam was. The JERD was a very big mobilization tool, and it was realized due to that. So I think that was the first thing. And there are also some analyses that argue that the international alliance that the current regime in Ethiopia is having with Gulf countries, specifically, to be very specific, with the Emirates, with the United Arab Emirates, they believe that it's one driving force for this quest. The argument goes like this: the Emirates have a serious interest in controlling the western shore of the Red Sea, from Port Sudan down to the Red Sea, Berbera, and it goes to Mogadishu in Tanzania. So I think one point of argument from those who know is this international dimension. But from internal issues, I remember reading an article, a very interesting article back years, it says that Ethiopia needs at least 5 alternative sea accesses for the issue. Now the problem is that the questions are evolving. It was an access and now presence, and it was first commercial, then commercial plus naval, and now it seems basically part of a territory. So I think we will find multiple layers of justifications, the personal, the national, and at the international level. Yeah. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Nasanai. So one of the things, I think it will lead to my next question for you, Mr. Rashid. So one of the things Nasanai mentioned is the presence of different interests in this area, especially he mentioned on the playing field, we can find a lot of regional as well as international actors. So I'm sure you closely track political and security shifts in the Horn and the wider Red Sea area. So how do you see this Ethiopia's maritime ambition reshaping the regional balance of power, particularly in relation to the neighboring countries with Djibouti, with Somalia, with Eritrea, and also with Kenya? And also on a wider scale to the Gulf nations, Mr. Nasanai mentioned now, and also the geopolitics basically surrounding the Red Sea area.
Thank you very much, Chair. And also let me take this opportunity to thank the organizers of this conference. If you look at any news copy today, you will find probably new phrases emerging: choke points, sea lanes, maritime access. It is becoming a very familiar lexicon. And so we must look at Ethiopia's sea access rhetoric, but also sea access ambition against this backdrop of a geopolitical age when we are seeing major competitions between major powers. And so we must locate, I think, Ethiopia's ambition against that bigger, wider geopolitical context. Now, Ethiopia's sea access rhetoric has evolved. As soon as I think Ethiopia lost the port of Assab, it became a landlocked country. And I think Ethiopia never recovered from the agony of losing its major port. It is the Horn of Africa's largest economy by some estimates. It is also the most populous country in the Horn. Historically, it has played a big role in stabilizing the periphery, but also the region. It is a massive diplomatic power, has proximity to the AU, and all these has put pressure on Ethiopia's leadership to regain some sort of sea access. Ethiopia's new prime minister, current prime minister, came into power, I think in 2018, and began that rhetoric. And even during Meles's time, the issue of sea access was very much part of the agenda. It didn't disappear. And I think, interestingly, under Abiy, we saw actually a country that is landlocked begin to actually build a navy. You remember in 2019, I think, Abiy began to put together a nucleus of what his ambition was to create a navy. And I think at that particular time, people were astonished, and there were commentaries basically saying that Abiy probably doesn't know what he's doing. But if you look back now with hindsight, there is a very pattern of consistency in his rhetoric. Then 2024, I think, was a seminal year in which Ethiopia entered with Somaliland into a kind of an MOU. Initially, it was vague, but I think elements of it were interesting. It involved Ethiopia gaining sea access, but a sea access that was actually sovereign sea access, meaning Ethiopia will be able to lease land in Somaliland, and that land will become Ethiopia's, and Ethiopia will be able to either build a port or a military facility. That deal immediately, I think, began to raise a red flag for many states, because it completely reframed the idea of sea access. It wasn't just commercial, but now military access. And I think that is where we saw a pushback and a backlash against Abiy's sea access agenda. The AU, the European Union, and many other external actors actually, I think, put a very robust opposition to that ambition. We saw that ambition stall, and Abiy pulling back from the MOU in Somaliland, and now investing in a new project, which is sovereign sea access via ASAP. And that probably has also raised another problem, which is a militarized, probably a unilateral access. If you remember, Abiy and Isaias Afewerki came together, immediately Prime Minister Abiy came to power. And part of the agreement, I think, wasn't just about, resolving or addressing issues to do with Tigray, but also how Ethiopia and Eritrea could actually work together to rebuild ASAP. I don't think Abiy would have been aggressively pursuing that unless he had an idea or some kind of a tacit agreement from Afewerki, and possibly Afewerki pulled back from that agreement. Now, Ethiopia's sea access agenda is, first of all, now sovereign access. It's no longer commercial access or lease. It's sovereign access. It's territory which is basically taken over and then either through diplomatic arrangement or through force. Number two, it is also a sea access that is now, to some extent, has a military component. Abiy does not just want to create a port or an access, but he also wants a military naval facility on the Red Sea. He wants to make Ethiopia become a Red Sea power. Now, that ambition collides with also very powerful ambitions by other external actors, in particular Egypt, which sees itself as both a Red Sea power, but also historically a leader able to impose some kind of hegemony. And I think this Ethiopia's counter-Egyptian hegemony is what also is driving these tensions we are seeing. Somalia has also historically it has had a very fraught relationship with Ethiopia. Ethiopia's sea access agenda is now being seen as part of a broader or a continuation of a policy by Ethiopia to not just fragment, but to break up Somali territories. This is the perception among the Somali political elite. Turkey has tried to mediate to find a settlement between Somalia and Ethiopia, and that I think Turkey is a major player now. It has consolidated its control of Somalia. It is, I think, in the midst of a major oil and gas offshore. It also has a military cooperation agreement. So all this makes, I think, clearly external actors also become interested in in Ethiopia's sea access agenda. Another, I think, important actor which must, I think, be part of this conversation, of course, is the UAE. The UAE in recent years has consolidated its port acquisitions. It now owns or has long-term leases to manage ports from Somaliland's Berbera down to Maputo. And some people actually have called the UAE as the ambition is actually to build what they call a maritime empire. Thank you very much. So it is clear that with the war now in Iran, that the Emiratis are probably now much more invested in survival and much more inward looking. And that also explains to some extent why all the predictions about a new war between Eritrea and Ethiopia has now diminished. Not that a war agenda or a war is now out of the picture, but probably if Abiy wanted to go to war with Eritrea, he would need powerful actors to support him, the Emiratis and possibly the Turks. And I think all these actors now are much more focused with the war in Iran, and so possibly this is also an opportunity for other external actors who probably value peace to be looking at ways in which Eritrea and Ethiopia can be nudged towards a more, I think, peaceful, negotiated way of sea access. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Mr. Rashid. Thank you both. So now we have sort of covered the domestic pressures, and then we've seen the regional actors as well as the vulnerability the whole region is going through. So I would now like to hear from you, Christian. So from a governance and a regional policy standpoint, how do you see the Horn of Africa develop a corridor or a maritime arrangement that can balance Ethiopia's strategic needs of access to the sea while addressing the sovereignty concerns of the neighboring states?
Thank you. I'd also like to appreciate the organizers of this event, excellencies, colleagues, ladies and gentlemen. Last year, I was privileged to find myself in Morocco, and something happened, and I was forced to go to Dakhla. Dakhla is a city to the south of Morocco. And guess what? Morocco is building a port in Dakhla to help Burkina Faso, Mali, and Niger to access the Atlantic. So I come back home. With that context, Burkina Faso, Niger, and Mali, and Moroccans look a bit different, right? When we come closer home, if I was to call an Eritrean, Ethiopian, and Djiboutian, you wouldn't tell the difference. So why is it that closer home in East Africa, and largely the Horn of Africa, we are all connected by culture, largely our traditions, trade, but where we draw the line is when it comes to the road, the railways, and now the seaports. Make it make sense. And so I'll go back to what Prof tried to help us understand from the history. Perhaps Ethiopia needs to start closer home and say, let us decentralize our country. Let us share this power so that even external partners can start to see that we are people not hungry for power, but we are ready to share this power. Perhaps that could be a starting point. Because when you look at the governance issue, really the Horn of Africa is not struggling from access. No. The issue here is, how do we manage, institutionalize this access? That is where the critical challenge is. And granted, we have the international law of the sea. So we actually have frameworks that give access. But how are we negotiating this access? How do we move from having bilateral conversations to having multilateralized bilateral conversations. Because as a region, we can't really afford to have a country negotiating for a bilateral treaty at the expense of the region, because that is what's happening. How about we look at how to multilateralize these bilateral conversations to help the region? And so we're not really having a conversation of just peace and security. We're having a conversation that is largely peace, security, and stability. Because again, like Prof said, we are a young continent, and Ethiopia is largely a youthful country. And so if this is, we are facing implications of what happened about 35 years ago, then what does that tell us about 35 more years to come? When those like me, who are a few years less of 35, will now be about, what, 60? And will be the ones now having the conversations about policy in this country, in this continent. Because largely, it's not the young people who are negotiating these treaties. It's not the young people who are having these conversations. It's the older generation. And so are we really, from a governance perspective, looking to have the younger people who are coming to inherit a lot of these conflicts that we're experiencing now? What are we saying to the generation that is now upcoming, that is very tech savvy, that is using digital access to really get information and to ensure that governance is really critical? And so really this goes to say, from our policy conversations, we need to transcend the conventional, it is the former prime minister to the next prime minister. No, this is a regional conversation. It transcends Ethiopia. Today, Ethiopia is looking for access. Tomorrow, Uganda has started that conversation. And now Uganda, as a landlocked country, is looking to access the Indian Ocean through Kenya, or perhaps Tanzania. Progressively, Burundi will follow suit. And so this is really a conversation that Ethiopia has started, but as other nations, we really need to see where is this conversation going, and can we really help Ethiopia in addressing the issues that a lot of other countries are just about to face. Allow me to move to the issue of institutionalization of this conversation. We already have the IGAD with the mandate to coordinate the region. But unfortunately, IGAD as an institution has failed us as a region, from a policy and from a coordination perspective. Because honestly, 35 years ago, we shouldn't be here. This is a conversation that should have been had before the secession of Eritrea. But here we are, and now faced with the big elephant in the room. And so this is really a critical moment for the IGAD to reevaluate their coordination strategies and perhaps review the already existing frameworks to see how best then do we transcend from having conversations that are declaration bound to conversations that are protocol bound, because then there's a legitimate legal implication for the conversations and the agreements that we have. If we continue leaving the conversations with declarations, then we are missing the point. It needs to go further to be downright documented as protocols. Then they become binding. Then they become enforceable. As I finish, the AU, perhaps this is the moment then for the AU to really reevaluate some of the conversations that we're having. It is unfortunate that as an institution, the AU is hosted at the heart of the conversation today in Ethiopia. So if the secretariat really of the AU is in Ethiopia and cannot help oversee some of the critical issues that Ethiopia is facing, then are we safe as Kenya? Are you safe as Uganda? If the conversations are literally happening within the corridors of Ethiopia, but they are not implementable in Ethiopia, right at the heart of Ethiopia. You and I in Uganda and Kenya, are we really safe, to speak the least? And so the legal conversations really need to be had, and to be had in a manner that transcends sovereignty. Because why is it that it's a zero-sum game when it comes to accessing the port? And honestly, from where I sit, it's a do-or-die situation where if you have the coastline, you have fear. And your fear really is of strategic and economic vulnerability. If you look at it from the person who is now from the landlocked country, for them they're looking at it from a structural issue. And why is this the case, really? If we continue speaking about having a globalized community, then what are we saying when it comes to the nitty-gritties of the globalization that we're talking about? And I'll finish with this. Unless we now critically look at what is happening in Ethiopia and help Ethiopia transcend the conflicts that they have internally, then you and I, as the young population in this country, pardon me, the older generation, are literally living in a threat. This is the proverbial time bomb that is ticking, because we're inheriting conflicts that we did not create. We're creating a world that, unfortunately, I've had conversations of us youth wanting to now go into the workforce. We won't even have a workforce to go to because the environment will be so toxic. And we should be very, very scared.
Thank you so much, Christine. So now we move to you, Major Sua. I think all of the panelists have touched upon the security and the peace and security issue that is currently surrounding the Horn of Africa. So what I would want you to reflect is one of the narratives that is being pushed by Ethiopia, apart from economic survival and trade security, is regional stability. So Ethiopia is constantly pushing that having access to the sea will inevitably stabilize the region. So from your point, from a defense and strategic security standpoint, what do you think are some of the risks that could come by this situation with corridor politics and maritime competitions? So what do you think are some of the risks that could come and affect the stability of the whole region?
Thank you, the moderator, and to the organizers and sponsors of Kampala Geopolitics Conference for this invitation. Indeed, for me, it's very historic to be in Makerere University for the first time, which is Africa's premier public universities that has been the co-educative center towards various Kenyan government officials, notably the late President Mwai Kibaki, who is very accredited for transforming the infrastructure in Kenya. So it's such an opportunity. Well, let me start first with a simple question. If your country had no access to the sea, how far would you go to secure it? So therefore, when we want to look at the Horn of Africa today, we are witnessing a shift where economies are no longer separate from security. Then this forms the new battlefield. So just to take you into context and for you to understand better, is that it begins with a port, because control of a port is control of maritime access, and this directly shapes national power. Therefore, you'll be able to determine the trade routes that one is able to use, you'll have the naval reach, and therefore, you have a strategic influence. But that control does not stop at the coastline. It extends, and the intention is through the corridors, and these corridors are the ones that define who can access the markets, the resources, and movements. Therefore, the corridors become the contested space. And they shape the economic and security dynamics. And for landlocked states, this leads to a more fundamental reality. Access becomes survival. And when access is uncertain or is restricted, it actually creates a strategic vulnerability. And then when you're pushed down, you become more assertive. And at times, it leads to competitive security posture. So what begins as an economic infrastructure of ports and corridors naturally evolves into a question of power, control, and therefore universal survivability. So if you look at this scenario, is that Ethiopia itself is actively seeking access. It's seeking sea access. Somalia, on the other hand, is calling it a violation of sovereignty. Eritrea is watching through a lens of security, and Djibouti is calculating an economic risk. So we are witnessing a paradigm shift where economic decisions are no longer seen as neutral. Consequently, the country secures port access. When a country secures a port access, it sees growth, but its neighbors sees it as a strategic encroachment. That is one key factor. Take an example of the Ethiopian-Somaliland MOU. It did not trigger conflict, but it just triggered perception shifts, which are far more dangerous. And these perceptions are centered on the sense that Somalia sees this as sovereignty under pressure. Eritrea views it through a security and historical lens. Djibouti, on the other hand, is calculating economic loss and revenue relevance. So the same project has three different perceptions. And strategically, when you look at infrastructure projects, they become military signaling. Commercial agreements will translate into alliance formation. And then this guarantees access and it enables positioning, turning economic necessities into powerful controlled territories. So when we like to come to look at the risks that are involved, what, in terms of the economic escalation pathways, now they come in three, and the first one is a narrative shaping, like whatever is being done. That narrative shaping by Ethiopia is what we are here now trying to discuss on whatever they are having. That narrative signals a move. Therefore, without deploying the forces, you start seeing shifts in military alliances and readiness. And for this, you begin, for example, in terms of the signaling of the shifts, is that they are not actions of war, but they are not neutral either. Djibouti's foreign military bases, where we have US, France, China, initially it was an economical and logistical. However, now it is being interpreted into strategic footholds that other foreign actors are holding on to. Then thirdly, we shall move into the operational risk. This is where masculinization becomes most dangerous. Just a routine patrol along along a movement or even a security deployment on a corridor is now misinterpreted as one that a country would want to escalate the conflict. So at that point, the environment is already unstable, and before any shot is fired, then therefore, increased tensions around the corridor and the access zones. So from an operational experience, the most dangerous phase is not conflict. It is the ambiguity between conflict. And this is the space where the intent is unclear, communication is limited, and every action is open to interpretation of conflict in this region. And I think that is where we are sitting currently. So they start when perceptions, then it comes to signaling, and finally they fear that they will align among themselves. What are the emerging security risk landscape? You look at it and you'll consider that you are seeing a gradual militarization of the economic infrastructure, where ports and corridors are no longer purely commercial, but now they're being treated as instruments of power, and they position influence. That shift then begins to, it reshapes the alignment, and once it reshapes the alignment, we shall have alliances that will start fragmenting. And this fragmentation creates proxies and non-state actors to exploit the emerging actors. So ultimately, all this will feed into the sovereignty contestation, where legal ambiguity around access, territory, and recognition intensifies the disputes and the push for states to have a closer confrontation. Thank you.
Thank you, Major Suba. So let me come back to you now, Sanai. So we've discussed about the internal pressure and the narrative being pushed by the Ethiopian government in regards to access to the sea and maritime access, basically. So it's known that Ethiopia has a range of realistic policy choices available for them. So in terms of accessing the sea without using force, Ethiopia would have a number of available choices. So this internal political situation within the country, how much do you think is going to affect these choices? And then the other one will be, would this situation make compromise harder than it is, so that Ethiopia can't, in a collaborative, in a constructive way, reach the sea without, using force and other things? So how do you see that?
Okay, thank you. If a country wants to translate its ambitions into practical realities, I think what comes to mind is the issue of power. Economic power, military power, diplomatic power, all sorts of power. And you cannot project, I'm speaking in very limited prism of power. So in order to project power, you need to have a safe political environment internally, while having a civil war, while having unsettled conflicts here and there, while having different forms of militarized political activities inside your country, let alone to project power elsewhere, it would be quite difficult even to maintain a consensus within your country, within your boundary. So the link is quite direct, and it's very detrimental. Without settling the internal issues, without securing the peace and stability of a given country, I think it will be only an exercise of rhetoric that you will get this, and will, because mainly if you have internal issues, internal wars, external powers would have many entry pointers to play. They will make the game in your territory, basically. And that's what, somehow that's what we are seeing in Ethiopia. If rather than you go elsewhere and do that. But I think, I don't think force would be a solution. And I don't think any state, including the Ethiopian state, should think in terms of imposing its will forcefully on any big or small neighboring country in terms of size. So my suggestion would be, first, fix your problem internally, and then look for different forms of alternatives. Like you might begin to, for instance, if the issue is an expanded commercial access, make Berbera, Djibouti, Tajura more efficient, so that it will at least loosen the pressure on depending on a single route. And if naval force, if Ethiopia considers naval force is an utmost important and security issue, at least for a time being, like 6 countries in Djibouti, try to negotiate with Djibouti, might be. And if the issue of Assab is considered to be a fundamental national security issue that defines the very existence of the state, I don't know. Probably, again, I would advise to open direct and indirect ways to talk with Eritrea. So I think the issue of force should not come to the forefront in the beginning. My thinking is that the neighboring states, be it Ethiopia, Eritrea, Somalia, Sudan, all of us here around the Horn, structurally we have similar problems. We have prevalent poverty, serious unemployment, and serious issues of governance, and with different degrees, problems of peace. So I think the factors for cooperation are far greater than factors for competition. We don't afford expensive conflicts. The moment you are shooting missiles, think even economically, you are burning hundreds of thousands of USD that you might use to construct a clinic elsewhere or a water pump for the poor peasants. So I think we need a shift in thinking. And finally, in this regard, Rashid Abdi eloquently explained the history, magnitude, and the potential of Ethiopia in this regard. So I think a country of this ancient civilization, this big population and huge territory, my advice to all political actors in this horn would be to earn status out of restraint. Restraint doesn't mean to sit down and not acting, but to act responsibly, to act in self-control, to act according to existing functional laws and regulations. So I think the very notion of knowing yourself, knowing your size, and acting accordingly is very important. And there are many opportunities for cooperative engagements, and I think framing everything in terms of survival, existence, I don't think it helps. So to finalize my statement, fix your problem internally, clean your house. If you clean your house, you will have much leverage, much things to offer. And states in the Horn have many things to offer to each other. So to my understanding, the incentive for cooperation is profoundly greater than the incentives for conflict. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Mr. Nawasanai. So I'm coming to you, Mr. Rashid. So we assume that Ethiopia is going to intensify this push, this maritime push. So if Ethiopia intensifies this push, what sort of strategic recalibrations do you foresee happening in the region? And also, if you can speak about alliances and counter-alliances that are going to, happen when the maritime push intensifies. And also, who is going to be the pivotal role player in terms of this intensity? Of course, we have Ethiopia in the middle, but in terms of the regional actors, those existing in the region as well as those existing outside of the region, who's going to be the pivotal actor in this intensified push?
Extremely difficult questions. I'll try to answer them. First, I think we are in the midst of a conflict, a major conflict that is reshaping the Middle East, but also the global economy very fast. We do not know how that conflict will end. We are, I think, on the 7th or 8th day of the 2-week ceasefire. The United States and Iran, I think, are supposed to be meeting again. The potential, I think, for for at least a ceasefire of some kind is high, partly because I think the United States and Israel probably haven't achieved some of their war aims. So I think a lot hinges on what emerges from the Iran war. If you have an Iran that somehow survives, is then able to make a dash towards nuclear weapons, or an Iran that rebuilds its sort of influence in the region and becomes a sort of effective hegemony in the region, then that, I think, also creates the potential for more future wars. Now, two major actors are now emerging. There are three actors you need to look at in the Middle East. One, of course, is Iran, which is weakened, but which can rebuild itself. Then you also have Israel, which increasingly is pivoting towards the Red Sea for a variety of reasons. Israel has become the first country to recognize Somaliland, and that is not a coincidence. It is part of these bigger geopolitical games, but also, I think, future war scenarios in case Iran rebuilds its, military, but also the so-called axis of resistance. One of the biggest, I think, risks, of course, remains the Houthis and Yemen and what happens. So far, I think the Houthis have acted with a lot of restraint. They are not essentially creatures of Iran. They are capable of agency, but also independent, autonomous decisions. So it will be interesting to see what happens. If the Houthis decide to join this conflict, then what we have is basically a serious crisis where we have what they call a double choke point crisis, where you have the Hormuz, but also the Bab el-Mandeb. So that will choke the entire, I think, maritime traffic. It will create serious instability in the region, but also have direct implications. So I think definitely Prime Minister Abiy and Ethiopia is looking at this bigger picture, even as it navigates its own sea access. There is potential, of course, that in a post-conflict sort of detente scenario, which I seriously doubt, my sense is that we will have a period of, what you may call protraction, where conflict simmers, doesn't escalate, but simmers for years to come, where probably Israel retains its ability or its so-called right to strike back at Iran frequently and regularly, or even in Lebanon. So my sense is that we are in a period where conflict is going to fragment, but also protract instead of a detente. But let's imagine the best case scenario where Iran is contained, defeated, or even overthrown, and a new regime that is pleasant comes and takes over. And then you have the regional Gulf actors. Remember, Iran has not inflicted pain only on Israel. It has also inflicted pain on Arab neighbors. I think one of the fundamental probably shifts in this war would be Iran is not going to be an ally for many of the regional states. And so in that kind of a scenario where you have a grand post-conflict alliance, then you will have, I think, states deconflicting their multiple stakes. You will have the Saudis and the Emiratis coming together, probably looking at Somaliland and saying, why are we fighting each other over sovereignty and independence? Ethiopia will say, well, Berbera was built for Ethiopia. It's a fantastic port. It is one of the best trade corridors. The European Union Gateway project now recognizes Berbera as an important flagship project for much of the Horn of Africa. So there are great, I think, incentives for Ethiopia to use Berbera. And in a post-conflict scenario, I think you may have even people agreeing to Ethiopia even having some kind of a potential sea access, but also negotiate a lease of some kind, a military lease. It's not unique. Countries lease their land for other external actors to have military outposts, for training, for example. So I think in a happy post-conflict scenario where all nations are, embracing and, where they are also deconflicting their multiple stakes, it is quite conceivable. But the world is a messy place. My sense is that we will have probably less friction between the actors. Potentially Ethiopia, I think, is one of the surprising elements. Its sea access may actually get interesting traction with some of the Gulf actors. It's speculative, but probably that's all I can say for the moment. Thank you.
Thank you so much. So coming to you, Christine. So earlier in your remark, you've mentioned IGAD and African Union as potential pathways for governance and policy that can, mediate the situation, and also other regional institutions. But one thing you've also mentioned is that they failed us, basically. So in your opinion, what do you think some of the confidence-building measures would need to happen before countries such as Ethiopia and other neighboring countries are pushed towards such mechanisms, such as the regional institutions, IGAD and AU, also some of the legal frameworks and other preventive and measures, basically. So what are some of the confidence-building measures that would need to happen first so that the countries trust that these mechanisms have their best interest at heart and they can fully utilize them?
The real issue here is trust, come to think about it. And unfortunately, with the ongoing conversation, we can't say really that we're building trust. If anything, we are becoming more polarized. And so it is depleting the little confidence that we had. I mean, internally, we are not even having frameworks that really help us address the issues that from an external partner, you're able to say, okay, they have their house in order, so let me come in and help. And so, as a region first, we really need to ensure that we really put our house in order, because if we don't, then it becomes really hard for other actors to even come in. It is so unfortunate that sometimes we build military strength at the expense of our neighbors from a foreign entity from outside the continent. What that goes to say is, one, you don't trust the region, and secondly, that your systems are so weak that you need an external foreign partner to really come and strengthen your military prowess. So those are key issues that from a region and from external partners looking inside really depletes the little confidence that you have. And so we have some low-hanging fruits. The African Free Continental Trade Agreement, that could be a low-hanging fruit in ensuring that, one, how do we then create special custom zones that we are really able to leverage on and help countries that are landlocked in ensuring that we're able to trade, not just within Africa, with Asia and the rest of the world. How then do we look at custom procedures as a way to build the confidence of the partners that we're looking to also engage? How do we ensure that we have dispute resolution mechanism, just coming off what he was saying? Unless we can show the external partner that we can handle our mess, we have dispute resolution mechanisms that are able to transcend the conflicts that we're already experiencing, and also forecasting and looking at 100 years to come, what would that look like? Then it really goes to show that even we ourselves who are trying to create these systems don't trust in the systems that we're creating. And I repeat, the ACFTA is already a framework that we can leverage on, put our house in order, and use that to ensure that we continue to build confidence in the system. The other thing I'd say is ensuring that we have a regional maritime corridor security framework as a way to build confidence. Without a framework, sometimes it's very easy for people to have so many ideas, but they're not structured. And so the maritime security framework really comes to not only help Ethiopia with ongoing issues currently, but also help other landlocked countries. The example that I gave of Dakhla in Morocco, trying to give Burkina Faso, Mali, and Niger access to the Atlantic, could be a good thing today, but a detrimental thing tomorrow. So how then do we ensure that some of these frameworks really go to build confidence in the system and to say, we are a trusted and confidential partner in the process of the maritime security and the ports that we're trying to establish?
Thank you. So, Major Subas, Christian has already started mentioning it, but I would want you to reflect on what some of the preventive security mechanisms or military confidence building measures can be taken in order to stop the hardening of the confrontation. So there is this fear that the tensions could materialize into a military conflict, into a security issue that can affect not only Ethiopia but the wider Horn of Africa. So what preventive security mechanisms or some military confidence building measures could be taken so that that does not happen?
Thank you. Now, when we want to look at the preventive security mechanism, we need to have and move, and it should be very deliberate, that we are shifting from reactive security to a structured way of how we like to work out. One of the key things is we need to have a military-to-military engagement whereby you'll engage the joint military chiefs. So you can have the Chief of Defense Forces in the regions where there is tension. So we look at Eritrea, we are looking at Ethiopia, the Field Marshal, we are looking at Somalia, we're looking at Djibouti, having a sit-down quarterly or half-yearly. And it should be rotational in a sense that if this time it is in Ethiopia, then the next meeting should be in, say, Djibouti. Two is they need to conduct a regional threat assessment themselves, okay? The regional threat assessment ensures that the teams will be able to identify the threats that are cutting across between themselves. Then equally is they need to have a coordinated channel of communication, all right? This ensures that they are in tandem towards the activities that will be done. Key to it is that once you do that, then you shall start building on the corridors that are available. So security frameworks will become crucial that will ensure the operational framework is complete. Then last but not least is that we need to have confidence building measures whereby they would want to inform the other partner along the borders if they want to conduct a military exercise or anything. This ensures that trust is built, and if this is done, then we shall have a better a way in terms of managing the maritime access.
Thank you so much. So at this point, we would like to open the floor for one or two questions. So we're already running out of time, so I will only give the chance for two people. So we have one here on the left, to my left. To my left. No, up front, up front. So if you could briefly introduce yourself and then direct the question to the panelist.
Thank you very much. I am James Angok from South Sudan. I am professor of political science at University of Juba. So it was very interesting to get some of your perspectives, but I thought also let me bring something a bit unique. You know, before the British left Sudan, and after their war in Ethiopia, they came up with a very interesting modality of resolving some internal conflict. We had an area called Kampala, which was almost part of Eritrea. By then it was Ethiopia. And we had another territory called Gumbela, which was part of Sudan, which is now South Sudan. So because of the proximity of the people in Kampala to the Eritrean, and also the connection of Gumbela to the other part of Ethiopia, more to because the other part of South Sudan was a bit difficult. So they reached to a deal that they exchange. Gumbela goes to Ethiopia and Kampala comes to Sudan. And it happened, and it resolved some of this conflict. Is it not possible between Ethiopia and Eritrea to negotiate a deal where they can exchange some of the areas? Ethiopia can exchange some of the area, give it to Eritrea, and then they get another area that has access to the sea as a deal, brotherly deal that can resolve conflict. Is it possible or not? If the British can do it between Ethiopia and Sudan, is it difficult for Ethiopia and Eritrea to sit down and come up with such a deal and resolve this issue of sea access? Because we know war is very expensive. There is no small country or a bigger country in the technological world of war. We have seen in Ukraine and Russia where it led. We have seen Iran, US, and Israel where it is. So if Ethiopia thinks also because they are bigger they can get to war and win, no, they need to be advised. In our current situation, it's not possible. It will create more complication that they have never known. So is it possible some of the people who advise the Ethiopian decision makers and Eritrean decision makers, it is possible to do such a deal and resolve some of this intricate problem? Thank you very much.
Thank you, panelists, for the wonderful sharing you've had. My name is Jimmy Otim. I'm a Ugandan. I've had the privilege of traveling to Ethiopia quite a number of years ago, and also having been a particular student of communication and how to engage. I have one question that I've seen. Perhaps this goes to Christine. I don't think diagnosis is really the issue. We have quite incredible brains in this continent who are very good at analyzing an issue to its very core. But consistently over the 40, 50, 60 years, every single diagnosis with its prescribed solutions have sort of fallen by the roadside. What exactly are we missing? That on paper, we know what the issue is. When you go to the core of governance, you know where the issue is. But we seem to know what the problem is, how to fix it on paper, but in a practical sense, we come back to the table to draw the next contingent plan of how to resolve what we failed to resolve yet what we diagnosed. Now, the other perspective which you brought in Morocco and its interest in Burkina Faso, Niger, and Mali, which I think is perhaps historical compared to the Horn of Africa, is the aspect that what is the interest of Morocco versus those three countries historically, versus what is the history of Ethiopia and the three neighboring countries. What is, I would call it perhaps a quid pro quo. What is the quid pro quo in these two scenarios? Ethiopia's context, what paints a picture is you have a country that was not colonized with neighbors that were colonized. Could that have been a certain mindset which is unique to the two different communities that is not common with the Western part, where all of them seem to share one fundamental commonality, which they were all previously French colonies. So if we go back to colonialism and the French approach versus the British approach, which seems to have the Horn of Africa, is there something there that perhaps we could touch on? I welcome feedback from any of the panelists on that second part. Thank you very much.
One more.
Thank you. My name is Dr. Yakub Hashin. I'm a policy entrepreneur as well as a beneficiary of Leo Africa Institute CAS Graduate Fellowship last year. I'm someone who actually has roots in almost all the countries in the Horn. Originally, I'm from the outer region. I think Mr. Rashid probably knows it better, but also Ethiopia side as well as in the Djibouti. So to me, there seems to be a lack of cultural integration across that whole region, all the way from the clan level, which is very important, especially for the Somali people, but also to the ethnicities and then even the nations. So, of course, I would love to ask Mr. Rashid, who I am honored to ask, is what is the causes of that lack of cultural integration, but also how can we overcome that? Thank you.
Thank you. So, given the time, I would invite you to reflect on this, and then also your concluding remarks, and literally in 1 minute, what do you think is the most realistic pathway through which Ethiopia can secure a reliable maritime access? So, the professor from South Sudan has suggested one. So, if you have another one, you're welcome, and then we'll conclude the session. So please. Anyone?
I should jump up there because it is the shortest. I will deal with the question of cultural integration. Yes, I think there's no doubt that the Horn of Africa is not just a fragmented nation state. It's also what you have basically transnational communities that basically straddle multiple borders. Just to give you an example, I come from a tiny clan in Kenya, Kenya's northeast. But if you combine the number of my clan that actually lives in multiple borders, we are actually a massive clan. You also have, these are not just Somalis, you also have similar, in Western Kenya you have the Luya, for example, the same thing. So there are powerful engines that actually connect the Horn of Africa. East Africa is actually a fantastic place because the economies are integrated. So if you combine economic integration, but also cultural, diplomacy, where you have nations actually becoming powerful, linguistic cooperation, that is how Europe has become, one basically big economy, largely through these mechanisms for cultural integration. And I think the French in particular are quite good at this. I think French cultural diplomacy cultural diplomacy is an element of French international diplomacy. And I think this year, the French probably will organize their annual Africa event. And these are some of, I think, ideas that can be pitched, during that conference. Basically looking at ways in which not just cultural cooperation, but locally, but also internationally. We live in a world where constantly you are hit by division, religious, ethnic, and I think just going back to an old idea of communities and nations being connected through culture, but also through language, is a powerful tool for bringing peace.
Perhaps to respond to Otum's question, implementation is a big issue in Africa. And I could go on and on and on to give examples. So unfortunately, that is the lacuna in this conversation. And even if we came with a framework today, how implementable is it going to be? Because then at the heart of implementation is the financing, right? So the designing really of this framework needs to have a 360 view. How are we going to design the framework? Look at all the stakeholders and what they bring to the conversation, and perhaps through that, the resources then will be shared to try and implement. Because what is happening now is almost a siloed effort. If one partner has the money, they try to go in and do the work. When they leave it somewhere, nobody takes it up, and it's a vicious cycle. So implementation really is a big challenge, and I'm hoping progressively we will start addressing some of these key and pertinent issues and really implement some of the policies that we already have. And that goes to, even contributes to what Prof was saying. Perhaps that could work. I mean, we are really connected. You cannot tell an Eritrean apart from an Ethiopian. We are really connected, and perhaps it's also a conversation around intercultural exchange within us as a people. And perhaps that could work. I'm not sure if Eritreans would be willing to move to because of the history and whatnot, but we could try and see. And perhaps the younger generation could leverage on that so that a lot of these inherited conflicts, inherited perceptions about a community will then slowly start to be eroded. And as I finish, from a policy insight, really, I believe the issue is not whether access exists, but how it is institutionalized without threatening sovereignty. If we answer that question, really, unfortunately, I don't have the answer yet. But if we are able to answer that, then we really start solving the issues that we have, including the implementation processes that we have not addressed as a continent. That could just be a starting point to unveiling a lot of these issues. I thank you.
Mr. Nasane.
My good friend from Sudan brought this interesting example of land swap between Ethiopia regarding this Kampala and Kampala. And let me tell you a very practical example. The Ethiopian Prime Minister was asked about alternatives to this issue, and he mentioned this, not specifically that example, but that principle of land swap, they call it land swap. And immediately after a few minutes of ending that, after the end of the discussion, elites from the two regions that borders Eritrea, basically Tigray and Afar, they said, whose land? Because there are many regions in Ethiopia. The regions that are very close to Eritrea are two, it's Tigray and Afar. And immediately, whose land? So this should inform us that there is a serious internal consensus issue, a serious issue of legitimacy of the nation, of the country itself. So it is mentioned, but due to existing legitimacy crisis and lack of consensus on many grand issues, it's very complex. So finally, I would say that the Horn of Africa, our region, was always very hot, volatile, and especially with this war in the Gulf, in Iran, the relevance of the Horn of Africa will increase tremendously. That's a reality that we are witnessing. And with this increase in importance of the region, the vulnerabilities will also increase. The competition will be high. So taking this in mind, my final word would be countries of the region, in addition to acting responsibly with the things that I was saying earlier and my colleagues, they should stop monologue and start serious and relevant dialogue on issues so that they will define their problems and they will find a common ground to talk, and at the same time they will find frameworks of cooperation. That's my final order. Thank you.
Thank you. I think just to add on something that Mercy had said, on issue of institutionalization, that if we need to move forward, we need to have a framework that will institutionalize preventive defense diplomacy. Then the next thing is we need to negotiate a balanced corridor framework whereby one can guarantee Ethiopia access, and respect, again, should be guaranteed to Somalia's sovereignty and protects Djibouti and Eritrea's interest. Then lastly is there's need to implement a targeted confluence building measures whereby we need to have joint monitoring, advanced notification of military activities. Then finally, as I conclude, the Horn of Africa does not have to choose between economic necessity and sovereignty, but it must choose how to manage them. The greatest risk is not the conflict itself. What we need to know is miscalculation that is driven by ambiguity. And therefore, that ambiguity brings about various actors who want to exploit their own interests. The region, therefore, does not lack ambition, the Horn of Africa. However, it risks being undermined by unmanaged ambition. So therefore, currently, we still have a window for negotiation. It is still open, but we need to be very cautious because it is narrowing. And the real question is very simple that I'd like to leave you with. Will the access become a bridge for cooperation or a trigger for conflict? Thank you.
Thank you so much. So please give me help in thanking the panelists. A round of applause, please. Back to you.
Thank you. Thank you very much. A round of applause for the moderator, Abera. And thank you very much to the panelists. I would ask that you take a step forward to have a group picture. This was quite insightful as the panel did raise very, very important questions, critical ones actually, at that, about state sovereignty and whether will tilt towards greater cooperation, integration, or intensified competition, or even fragmentation. Thank you. You may now take your seats. Day one of the KGC 2026 Kampala Geopolitics Conference ends now. We thank you very much for your attendance, your attention, and thank you very much for your insightful comments, questions, and we look forward to seeing you tomorrow on the day two of the Kampala Geopolitics Conference. We'll explore a lot of things, including broad peace, mortgaged resources, getting to DRC's sovereignty dilemma, and the prospects to rather for lasting peace between the Doha Framework and the Washington Accord. We'll get into Africa and external powers, that is shaping the terms of engagement, conversation to be led by CAS. And then lastly, in the afternoon, we'll get into the youth. How can youth shape public policies in Africa? A conversation that will be led by the French Embassy, or the Embassy of France in Uganda. And the early one in the morning will be led by Makerere University. Looking forward to seeing you tomorrow, and thank you very much. If you want to leave a comment or anything that perhaps could be your takeaway from day one, the hashtag online is hashtag KGC2026. Good evening and see you tomorrow.